Texas State Technical College Board of Regents is called to order this Wednesday, February the 7th, 2018 at, I have 11:25. I'm taking a privilege in changing the agenda just a little bit. For a long period of time, the invocation has always been given before the meeting was called to order. I would like the invocation to be a part of this meeting. And so I'll ask Jonathan to lead us in our invocation.
Let us pray. Lord God, you are a refuge for those who seek it under you. And Lord, we're just so grateful for your protection. We thank you specifically for protecting our students today. And Lord, thank you for keeping them safe. Lord, we're honored to get to represent this institution today. Lord, we just pray an extra measure of wisdom as we make the decisions for the college, and mercy for when we go astray. And Lord, I just, again, pray for our students as they're out and about, as they struggle. Lord, we just pray that you would intervene and, again, be their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, John. We need to determine quorum. If you will please announce your presence.
Wisdom as we make the decisions for the college.
Joe Gorecki,
mercy for
Curtis Cleveland, present.
Alex Mead, present.
Tony
Abad, present.
Keith Honey, present.
Struggle.
We have a quorum.
Lord, we just pray that
You have,
you would intervene and,
before you
again, be
minutes.
their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray.
First, the
Amen.
agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please announce your presence.
College.
Joe Gorecki, present.
You have the minutes before you.
Present.
Alex Mead, present. Tony Abad, present.
Keith Honey, present.
Struggle.
We have a quorum.
Lord, we just pray that
You have,
you would intervene and,
before you
again, be
minutes.
their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray.
First, the
Amen.
agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please announce your presence.
College.
Joe Gorecki, present.
You have the minutes before you.
Present.
Alex Mead, present. Tony Abad, present.
Keith Honey, present.
Struggle.
We have a quorum.
Lord, we just pray that
You have,
you would intervene and,
before you
again, be
minutes.
their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray.
First, the
Amen.
agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please announce your presence.
College.
Joe Gorecki, present.
You have the minutes before you.
Present.
Alex Mead, present. Tony Abad, present.
Keith Honey, present.
Struggle.
We have a quorum.
Lord, we just pray that you would intervene and, again, be their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please announce your presence.
College.
Joe Gorecki, present.
You have the minutes before you.
Alex Mead, present. Tony Abad,
Keith Honey, present.
Struggle. Lord, we just pray that you would intervene and, be their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please announce your presence.
College.
Joe Gorecki, present.
You have the minutes before you.
Alex Mead, present. Tony Abad,
Keith Honey, present.
Struggle. Lord, we just pray that you would intervene and, be their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please announce your presence.
College.
Joe Gorecki, present.
You have the minutes before you.
Alex Mead, present. Tony Abad,
Keith Honey, present.
Struggle. Lord, we just pray that you would intervene and, be their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please announce your presence.
College.
Joe Gorecki, present.
You have the minutes before you.
Alex Mead, present. Tony Abad,
Lord, we just pray that you would intervene and, be their shelter. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please.
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
Shelter. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that you would like? If so, we need to determine quorum. If you will please.
Have We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus. Rick Dembo's talked to people there.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus. Rick Dembo's talked to people there.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus. Rick Dembo's talked to people there.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus. Rick Dembo's talked to people there.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus. Rick Dembo's talked to people there.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
Let's talk about TSA.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
Let's talk about TSA.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
Let's talk about TSA.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
Let's talk about TSA.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
Let's talk about TSA.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
Let's talk about TSA.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had to temporarily evacuate the pods. They're downwind from the Bluebonnets. And so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
Let's talk about TSA.
Any changes to your agenda that you would like to say?
We've also had a temporarily evacuate the pods. They're down
mantra for
and so they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus. We've also had a temporarily evacuate the pods.
mantra for
So they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus. We've also had a temporarily they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus. We've also had a temporary they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
If you had 2 semesters of calculus, then you're what?
We've also had a temporary
Most of the rest of the degrees, unless it's in math or science,
they're accounting for those students. They went room to room, and there's no students in the pods. Some of them may be in class or out on campus.
you tell them you had 2 semesters of calculus, then you're what? Here's the unemployment in Texas. We got way more unskilled people need more help. This is the degrees, unless it's in math or science.
They're accounting for those students.
This will throttle our economy. It's already hurting many businesses. Talk to Toyota in San Antonio, they'll tell you, I can find engineers all day long, compared to how hard it is to find robotics technicians to fix my automated assembly and to maintain it. Whatever that is, jet engine mechanics, operational process techs, diesel mechanics, plumbers, electricians, and carpenters. All of those skilled right here are causing severe shortage. Ask the contractors in Dallas how their supply of talent is. And they'll tell you it's constraining development in the Metroplex. This is a giant problem. There's a 14-point gap between the supply and the demand. And the outlook is it'll stay just as strong. Here's the data out to 24. Half the jobs in Texas are going to require skills like we teach. Bachelor's degrees and higher, 29%. Excuse me, I'm on the tail end of a cold. Here's part of why we have a shortage. As a percent of the total, starting back in the 80s, the number of technical courses offered by two-year schools in Texas has gone from near 50% to near 25. Nobody's teaching shop class anymore. That's why your customers can't find welders. That's why they're erectors. They can't find people to put the steel up. You can't find machinists and fab people. That's why all that's happening, is because shop lost its cachet. And here's the really tough part is, for the past 15 years, meaning from right here to right about here, we were under the Closing the Gaps higher ed plan. Closing Gaps was a great plan for its time, but it didn't do a dang thing for technology. During this 15 years, the incumbent workforce in that middle skills area has continued to get older, and now they're all baby boomers like me and ready to retire. So that skills gap's going to get worse before it gets better. Now here's the part that's crazy. These are the earnings in Texas of the various degrees. Most often you see it in such a way where it says, if you've got an associate's degree, you're going to average this, and if you have a bachelor's degree, you're going to average this, and if you get a master's, you're going to average this. And that's all fine and good if what you have is an average. If you have an average degree, then you're going to do better than the average associate. But what that loses is the fact that the best associate degrees do as well as a bachelor's. In fact, look at it this way. There's a little bit at the bottom of the associate's degree. There's a little bit at the top. By the way, there's your 2 semesters of calculus, right up there at the very top. So if you've got a kid getting a bachelor's degree that doesn't have 2 semesters of calculus, he's going to be somewhere in here, which is the same range as an associate degree. These top quartiles right here do better. The top third of associate degrees do better than the average bachelor. And here's what new studies are showing, is that top part are all the STEM degrees. That's the stuff we do. That's where our graduates live, right up there. So get this. 9 out of 10 bachelor's degrees earn the same as 9 out of 10 of associate degrees. The data are the data. Wouldn't it be cool if all Texans knew this? Okay. Did I push the wrong button? There we go. Meanwhile, this green line is the change in household income in Texas since 1970 until 2015. So this is how household buying power has changed in Texas. That red line is university tuition. Let me say that again. That red line is university tuition. Tuition in Texas has gone up 8 times faster than the buying power of the households in this period of time. Let's look at this. This will blow your mind. You graduated from, pick a university, in about 1990. You saw your costs go up just a little bit, right about there, just a little bit. And then you went off and you got married and you had kids, and guess what? Right about here, your kids are heading off to college. Now, this is what you think college is going to cost. And guess where we are? So the thing about this is, this has been happening to us for a while now, and people are just starting to, holy cow, this is amazing. This is as fast as healthcare in terms of its escalation. This can't survive. There's no way, particularly if you don't have 2 semesters of calculus. It's not going to be sustainable. So what that means, get this, is in Texas, $85,000, according to the CoBoard, is a typical cost of attendance for a 4-year public university. So these degrees right here, these earnings, cost you $85,000. Meanwhile, these cost about $25,000. Now, I don't know about you. I'm just an Aggie. But when I look at return on investment, it's pretty easy for me to figure that yield. So, here's the data. This is from the CoBoard website, right here. Compiled in this table. Here's the cost of attendance at TSTC. We are the lowest in Texas. Here's a community college average. This is all community colleges. This is a 4-year public, and this is a 4-year private. That number up there is 185. This is 85. This is 22. Did you know if you get a lineman, according to the latest data, which you'll see today when Bell gives you a presentation, our latest cohort of linemen averaged $85,000 in their first year. That's a one-year certificate. So they spent $6,000, stayed in school 1 year, and they're making $85,000 today. 19 years old. So, and by the way, do you think the power companies pay them 85 because they just generous? They like that? They do it because they have to, because there's an amazing shortage of those people. So, here's what we know. The demand for our product is limitless. I mean, we're selling into a market that is a seller's market. The demand is expected to stay strong for years because no one else is focused on this. No one else is doing like we do. And the competition isn't prioritizing technical ed. We've seen what they're doing. They'd rather teach English and math and science. Actually, not so much science. English, humanities, stuff like that. And then here's the other thing. Our prices are too cheap. So, put all those together. What should TSTC do? Do you want to do the management exercise? Prepare, that's an answer. Marketing? That's a... Okay, you ready, guys? 1, 2, 3. TSTC must grow. We have to grow. That's what we have to do. I will tell you every single thing we've done. We consolidated our colleges so that we could put more people through with the resources we have. We do competency-based learning because it means we can get people in and through faster so we can grow the number of Texans that we serve. We have the various WIGs because each one of them is obsessed with growth. There's a common denominator, an imperative through everything we do that until today, we haven't really talked about much, and that is we should be growing. We have a limitless demand for our product. We have 10 campuses across. We've done all these operational alignments. We spend more on marketing today than any two-year school from a percent of budget. We should be growing. I'm sorry? So are we growing? Good question. And by the way, this is not new. Let me go through these and I will answer your question. This right here has had as its central core grow all along. That's what more means. Not more than everybody else, although we do that. We are number one in terms of teaching technical ed in Texas. Although Houston is starting to get close. Challenge. So it's not new. The point I'm making is this imperative to grow, this new prime objective, has been there with us all along. We just haven't taken the time to talk out loud about it. Because when we do, it aligns our objectives. It helps us work together toward that. It makes it okay to strive for that. It communicates to the employees, if there's one word we're going to do, it's grow. So here's the good news. This is our output since 2009 to 2015. Our graduates have grown 42%. Now, that's not our found working. Because we have some people who leave way before they're done, and the reason is they can get a fabulous job before they even complete their degree. But 42%, and the aggregate salaries that they earn, 83%. Because our enrollment has grown significantly in the past couple years, I expect that in these years ahead, TSTC will have doubled its output within 10 years. That's an extraordinary metric. And by the way, just for context, we're researching the other colleges to see if anybody else is anywhere near this. We don't think it could be because their contact hours have been roughly flat. And they've been focusing on non-technical areas. So their salaries are probably not growing like ours are. So the good news is we're already growing. And we weren't even really calling it out. Dang this button. There we go. So what does this mean in terms of our wildly important goals? Well, the wildly important goals are all about growth. When you made them for us, implicit in each one was the concept of growth. We just didn't call it out. You want us to grow student placements and their salaries. That's the return value. And it's grow it from this number to this number in X number of years. You want us to grow alternative revenue streams, both the variety and the size. And we're working on that. And then grow our culture as a great place to work. That common imperative is in everything we've done. We have to put it at top of mind for our whole team. Now, here's what your management team knows. When we prepared these WIGs, strategy without execution is really just wishful thinking. And we know a lot of colleagues in higher ed who go through the annual, they may do it annually. I think every couple years is good for us because we have 5-year goals. But they'll make their strategic plan, a nice pretty binder, and goes on the bookshelf, and that's where it stays. And when SACS comes in to do their accreditation, they pull it out and they give it to SACS and they say, see, look, here's our plan. So you've got to have execution. And so your leadership team, that's exactly what they've been focused on. Alternatively, execution without strategy is just, it's just mindless, useless repetition. I mean, you're just doing what you've always done, but you're not really getting anywhere. You're just doing what you've always done. So what we know here is you laid down for us targeted achievement when we built this strategic plan. So this year, here's what we've been doing. We had the strategy, now we've been building execution. In a meta sense, we used the notions of Lencioni's 4-quadrant model in which we unify the vision at the top of the company, we clarify the objectives we're trying to achieve, we communicate like crazy what those are, and then we codify reinforcement processes in our big structural pieces. It's a cycle of achievement. Over here in the communicate and drive is where execution lives. And what we used there was the Franklin Covey 4 disciplines of execution model. We used it because we didn't want to have to go invent something new. Franklin Covey is famous for getting things done. And so we used that model and we started training middle managers and senior managers on the concepts of the 4DX is the shorthand for it. We've used the JVC here to bring them in from across the state. They're meeting again in the months ahead to create our lead indicator. The beauty of the Covey system is it makes you focus on the lead indicators that actually drive the performance that you seek in your ultimate goal. Because in the near term, you need to be doing what's going to achieve the results you need. And by focusing on the end result when you're doing today's activity, you'll actually have a disconnect between what you need to do today to achieve the goal and what needs to happen out there. I will tell you at the college level, training for execution like this is wholly unheard of. You will not find this anywhere. We know it's true because Covey told us. Like, you guys are amazing. We've never seen a two-year school do stuff like this. And so this year, we've been taking those WIGs that you gave us and building the execution structure to make sure that we achieve it. And this year will be where we get really, really strong with it. So, we do that by making alignment from the strategy all the way to the daily activities. Alignment is the word. So, our WIGs are driving our planning process. It's our budgeting process. It's the WIGs that drive the training we're doing, because what we realize is if we strengthen those supervisors and managers in terms of what it means to manage for performance and not merely compliance, that we'll get better results that align with the WIGs. Resource allocation, our last budgeting process, we spent a lot of time asking ourselves, well, if we spend that dollar, which WIG will that serve? And is that worth it? Could we spend that dollar in a different way and get a better yield? And so that's happening here. We're installing this year into unit and personal performance, and you'll hear in the compensation how personal goals are starting to be layered into the compensation. It drives all the way down to the individual teammate. It's that alignment that will get us that intended achievement. That's what we've been building this year. And it's all on that one imperative: grow through it all. So, excuse me. Today's meeting, you're going to get some WIG-related stuff. We're a little light on action items this time, but you're going to hear a lot of updates about how we've been integrating all this stuff. And here's some examples. Elton's going to give you an update on the instructional division. Those are the prime stewards of WIG number 1. They have to drive the return value. You'll also see program approvals. You'll see one of the things we're doing is through program vitality, and the other thing we'll roll out this year is location vitality. In other words, campus vitality. How is each campus doing in terms of its product mix and market penetration? So you'll see programs in there. We're going to show you, Bell is going to show you a bunch of data. 2 areas, the WIG side and probably more importantly at this time of year, the almanac, meaning how are we looking against the 60 by 30 goals of Texas and against other institutions. Pricing, I gotta talk about this. Last time we talked about operating like a business. Would you expect to go in a jewelry store and pay the same price for every item? Here's earrings, Rolex, diamond tiara, everything same price? When you sit on an airplane, you certainly don't pretend that the guy next to you paid the same price you did, do you? Because that ain't happening. Every passenger on that plane probably paid a different number. I mean, when you go buy a car, do you expect to pay the same for a Suburban as you do for an Econobox? Ain't going to happen. Despite that notion, if you were to do that, here's what would happen is, you'd be ignoring how much it costs to create the product. You know, in other words, you might be buying it for less than it actually costs to produce. What the value in the marketplace of that product is. You know, all kinds of other factors that go into what the competition is charging for that product. All of that is ignored when you have a price. And yet, for centuries, that's the way higher ed has done things. We're going to charge the same. I have a theory about it. It's because they don't want faculty to argue about whose program is better because one has a higher price than the other. I think they just want to avoid that altogether. They also don't want to acknowledge that the marketplace might value some more than they do others. The other thing a unit price ignores is bundling, seasonal, and all kinds of other pricing opportunities that when we look across the aisle to the commercial sector, guys who earn their living every day by being excellent are showing us are ways you can price services to consumers and do a better job. So for 2 or 3 years now, we've been working on the pricing. And we told you, look, here's kind of where we're going to go. But we have to take this slowly. Today you'll hear Jonathan as he shows you our next installment of taking us from a rather archaic, old-fashioned notion of how you price a consumer product to a nuanced, modern, commercial way to price a consumer services product. And we're taking a big leap forward with this next one. Now, here's the beauty. We developed the whole strategy by sitting down at the table with faculty and talking to them about where do you think we ought to price this stuff. Having in our hip pocket how much it costs to deliver the various products and classes and all that sort of stuff. So in consultation with the faculty, we have created a whole nother plan. It's really cool. Then the housing project. This is rig number 2, alternative revenues. We have mismanaged our housing in Waco for decades. I can't say it any other way. And the big problem we did is we deferred maintenance and we deferred maintenance and we deferred maintenance because we kept pulling cash out of the revenue stream without taking care of the asset. And now we're at a day of reckoning. And we've shared with you kind of where we've been, and some of the regents have been involved in our due diligence as we have worked with consultants. You'll get a report on where we are on that right now. Here's the cliff notes. There is no way forward that doesn't spend a bunch of money. Even if you told us tear them down, that will cost millions. So that's where we are on that. Compensation update. I am incredibly proud of this. It was when Keith was chair, and he was pushing really hard on the compensation. And we want to ask for exceptional performance, but we have to pay for that too. And those go hand in hand. Pay well, but expect performance. And so this is a 5-year project we've been working on, and it was baby steps, baby steps, baby steps, and then last year we began to make some progress. You're going to hear from Hannah as she updates you on where we are in this. This is pretty dang cool. And of course, a topic that is really at the top of a lot of people's mind right now is sexual harassment and Title IX. Chairman Hatchell asked us to bring you an update. I think you'll be very pleased with the processes that we have in place to ensure we have a safe workplace. I'm proud of it. I would send my daughter there. So that's what we have in store for you. So once again, unlimited demand. We're already the market leader. We deliver more technical than anybody else. The competition is still a bit asleep at the switch in terms of this technology thing, and the state of Texas has begun to pay attention. So our prime imperative that goes through everything we do is grow. Grow our culture, grow our revenue streams, grow our outputs, grow everything. Shame on us if we don't. Any questions?
Okay.
I got a comment. That's not a question. I just like to congratulate you, Mike, and staff on taking these strategic initiatives to heart like you have. I just believe in the process, and I think it's going to make this institution far better in the long run. So I just feel like we need to keep driving the strategic plan and these initiatives down in the organization exactly like you're doing. And it's not fun. I mean, we've probably all been there. But at the end of the day, it just makes the organization perform so much better. So,
thank you, sir. Well, thank you for y'all's leadership in all of that and insisting that we move boldly in that business-like manner. We're glad to do it. Versions of this are on the road. The slide with the growth is the primary slide I show legislators. This is what we've done since we went to an outcomes-based formula.
I didn't like the word cheapest.
I'm glad you don't. Because let me tell you, let's talk about pricing for a second. The metaphor I keep trying to use when I talk about where TSTC should position itself in the market is, we're the ultimate driving machine. We're the Mercedes-Benz of technology, and yet we price like we're a Yugo. It makes no sense. When the outcomes that our students achieve, in order to get them, you have to go pay $85,000 at a university. Why would we charge $22,000? It is a fact of psychology that if you charge too little, people will not value your product.
But you also refer to the word cheap, sometimes quality. Is he affordable or something?
They go hand in hand.
I think what he's saying is the old saying, often inexpensive, never cheap.
Here's what I would say, though, is if you went down to the car dealer and you stood there looking at that three-pointed star, and the salesman said to you, oh, yeah, you can have this car today for $29,000. Now, this is an S class. What would you say to yourself? What's wrong with it? What's the problem here? Because when you buy quality, you expect to pay for quality. And the whole notion of, if we continue to think of ourselves as the low-cost provider, we will never achieve our full potential.
I don't think the argument for that. The word cheap.
I used cheap on purpose for this presentation because I wanted to incite this discussion about pricing. That was very intentional. But the truth is, we're the cheapest. And I'll tell you, when I first got here, I used to have people tell me, they bragged, oh, we're the low-cost provider. And I thought, who wants to be that? I thought we were about quality. You can't possibly be the best quality and the low-cost provider. It's an economic myth that you could pull that off. And it also means that we will forever be incredibly dependent on Austin for our prosperity. And in the long term, I'm not convinced that's a safe bet. The pressures on higher ed and the state budget are enormous. So the point is this. I'm not saying we need to raise our prices to $85,000. But I am saying we underprice our product.
Well, why don't we take the word cheap out of our category?
I promise you, I won't use it again except when I want to incite a dialogue.
Did a good job.
Okay. That was, in fact, what I had was least expensive. I struck it out and put cheap, hoping you would do this to me.
Well, you got Curtis going.
Okay. So when we get to pricing, we'll spend as much time as you want on that. But the overall, I mean, you can get a PhD in pricing. It's an art and a science. And there are a ton of moving pieces in pricing. What I can say is I'm not aware of anybody in higher ed that is talking about pricing and exploring the whole notions of how it is we could charge, except the proprietaries and TSTC. I don't know of anybody else. And of course, the proprietors are downright predatory. Here's an example. Did you know 10% of all students go to a for-profit school? I got this, by the way, out of congressional testimony. 25% of all student loan debt in America is held by those 10% of the students who go to proprietary schools. And then, out of those 25%, or out of all the defaults in America, 30% are from those 10% of kids that go to proprietary school. So we're not really interested in taking lessons from those guys. They're clearly pricing at the other end of the market, which is, you know, whatever we can make them pay. That's not what I'm saying. But we do have some value pricing we could do, and I mean value-based pricing, in which we right-size the market value of what we offer based on the return that people get. And we'll still be high value. We'll still have the highest ROI on tuition invested because the student gets back a yield that's extraordinarily big. But we need not leave our operating on the table in the process. So that's the discussion that management wants to have with you in the months ahead. And today's the next chapter. Is that?
You know, Mike, I think we've had this picture painted for us now for several meetings about there's the skills gap, we offer an affordable education with great wages, there's a supreme demand for the services we offer, and we're talking about growth. And maybe you're going to talk about this, and I know this is part of the strategic plan to push it down into the organization to determine how are we going to grow. What is the strategy that's going to push that growth, and when do we get that piece of the puzzle? I mean, we know what it is. How do we get there?
I can show you more details toward the end of this year, this calendar year, because we can't make that plan. Part of what we're doing here is we're converting programs into lines of business, into industry sectors that focus on employers in particular areas. And these faculty know those employers better than anybody. They know what the value of the graduates are. They know the demand. They know where it is. And what we're doing through this 4DX process is we're converting them into lines of business that allow them to custom make their delivery channel for every single market that we'll serve. So for the folks who hire machinists, we'll have a machinist line of business. And it starts with the demands of the employers and works backwards through there. The presumption of that process is that all the money we're spending today on time-bound, semester-based training can get converted to a far more efficient and effective pathway through the material and to the employer through CBE and multi-entry, multi-exit. So it gets pretty wonky, but I would maybe in a working group one day we could walk you through those rationales. I don't think you'd want to do it in a full board meeting, but we'd be glad to show you. And
So there's
I admit that
there's an assumption in there that the employers know about TSTC first, and then there's also an assumption that the students, or the people that want to pursue that career, also know about TSTC and want to go there.
Yes.
And I don't know if either one of those are really good assumptions to make. So somehow, in my mind at least, we've got to strengthen, our base of recognizability to both students and employers. And so I know that's Jeff's primary mission in life.
Yep.
That's what I'd like to hear more details about.
okay,
So
we'll show you that.
Okay.
But next meeting, how's that? We'll show you next meeting. If you want to spend more time on reports, like we can do that next meeting.
Can I just give him a cliff note?
And generally, yeah, go ahead and give him a cliff note. Stand up.
First, we're going to have to optimize our current capacities. We're really examining what our outputs can be. Through partnerships and alignment, we're going to have to grow new capacities. But in essence, and Ellis says, what's your marketing plan? It's kind of simple, and you've outlined it. We're going to begin to sell jobs to students, and we're going to begin to sell students to jobs. We're going to try to create a aligned B2C, B2B integrated marketing strategy through retooling our manufacturing floor.
Yeah. And one of the things we've also done, which is highly unusual for colleges, is we've taken Elton's manufacturing process and mated it together with the marketing group. So these guys are like joined at the hip now. They have meetings together. He talks to faculty as often as he does. And the whole notion is Jeff is the front end of the funnel where we bring in the raw material, but Jeff is also the placement end at the other end. And when Jeff's people are calling in a B to B model as opposed to a B to C at the front end, when he's over there calling on businesses, he has a whole suite of services that he can talk to them about, which is talent supply. He can also talk to them about development. Would you like to make a donation? He can talk to them about incumbent training, corporate stuff. So his B2B team will have a whole suite of products, and they're designed strictly for business-to-business interactions. And the B2C is who gets our raw material to put through the pipeline and send over there. A key part of what he said is most colleges sell college. And you know that old Ruth's Chris Steakhouse thing about it's not about the steak, it's about the sizzle. Well, what he's talking about is we're going to start selling jobs, not college.
So how much is our enrollment growing?
We were up only a few percent this year, but we grew 17% last year. And I think we can continue to grow at a modest amount every semester. This spring, over last spring, we were up about 4 or 5% in customers served. But here's the important part. We were up much higher than that in the number of educational units they took. So that's like saying we served a little bit more students, but they bought more product while they were here. So you know that notion of, how...
I understand, but I understand also you got to bring in the resources, natural resources, to get the product out.
I agree. One of the things that we have found by talking to industry is that if we'll strengthen the ties with industry, they'll help us at the other end. They'll help us get the raw material in. It's like go to TSTC and we'll give you a job interview. The point is that will be that we're spending as much money as any school in more than any school in Texas on that marketing side, and we'll continue to pound away at that.
Well, I think then the question comes, are you spending the money correctly?
You're talking about, if we're talking about advertising, Mike is very accurate. We spend more money than any single school in the state on advertising, but we're competing against all the community colleges in Texas in the various different markets around the
But
state.
Jeff, what I'm asking is, we can spend millions of dollars, but if we don't spend it correctly, it doesn't
Agreed.
matter.
Yes.
The
So
open-
here's what we do. We have a very analytics-based marketing, our media plan. We use data. And what we don't, and the first thing we did is we went out and researched what do our target market do in terms of the media that they consume. Do they watch TV? Do they read billboards? Do they read the newspaper? No. None of them read the newspaper. So you're going to find us spending a bunch of effort on that. And so when we look at the 18 to 24-year-old, which is our trad market, you know what they do? This is 90% of their media. And then TV is a little bit more, or computers. But digital is their media consumption. So then we went and we looked at, okay, so what channels in the digital media are these 18 to 24? And so we started advertising on Pandora and Spotify and other apps that are particularly popular with the 18 to 24s. And all of it is driven by the demographic databases that these companies have. We can tell them, we want you to send our ads to 18 to 24-year-olds in these zip codes that went to this high school, and they can do that. We want these messages to go to these zip codes or these age groups or that sort of, and they can do that. Go to these counties, and they can do that. So that's how we're spending a bunch of our media stuff. We have a sprinkling of the old ones, and here's why. The people that influence a kid in terms of selecting a college are his family, his K-12 educators, teachers and counselors, and his peers. So if we're going to talk to the older generation who are influencing them, like the parents, then we do have to put something in the newspaper. We do have to put something on a billboard. And so we have a sprinkling of that out there too. So our entire media plan is very, very targeted. We spend more today than we did 3-4 years ago, but we're getting more eyes that are qualified eyes on our message than we ever did before. Does that make sense?
We'll talk about it.
No, tell me.
Well, to me, the ultimate thing is the results. The result is an increase in enrollment.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're saying you had 17% last year, but you only got a few percent this year, why? If you're doing such a great job in advertising, why? Now, am I being?
No, Ellis,
I mean, it's reality, man. It's pure reality.
I understand your question. That's the first thing I answered. Keith's question is the first thing we're doing is figuring out how to optimize the current capacities we have. That's how much space, how much classroom, how much instructional resource. And on the bump we had last year, we began to feel what we thought might be a true capacity of inventory. And so what we were able to do in this year, as we're retooling the instructional lines and working with the entrepreneurs, we're getting a little deeper dive into what that current capacity is. So to grow that, we held the line that we increased last year from an input perspective. And then I think it's either going to be through partnerships, new alignments, even within our existing capacities, we've got to convert the way that we're doing our sales business. As an example, currently, Mr. Cleveland, when he goes and sells steel, they don't make a bunch of steel and then go sell it. They go and build an order to spec, and then they come back and they're able to be more efficient in their manufacturing floor on what exactly it is they're building the product.
Okay, Jeff, are you telling me that you purposely held down the increase in enrollment?
No, not purposely, but we are running into, when programs get full or at capacity, there's no other place to put students. And so we are approaching some of those capacities that we have from a physical perspective and from an instructional resource perspective. We're opening the gates with new compensation packages to increase more instruction. But yes, with the big spike that we encountered last year, we began to see the ceiling that we saw during the recession time, which was our highest enrollment ever. It
There are programs with hundreds of kids in them that we've begun to phase out.
No, yeah,
So-
no, Curtis, I understand. I'm just saying if you look, and maybe I look at things a little bit different, but if you're spending all of this money for advertising, which directly goes into increasing enrollment, does it not?
So
It is one
Okay,
of the
maybe
purposes
it-
of it.
maybe
but-
not
But
directly.
advertising is not a direct recruitment strategy. It's more of a brand awareness strategy, especially in the new markets that we've introduced a new brand into foreign markets in our new metro locations. So it's going to require a lot more pump just from a brand awareness. But advertising itself is not one of our primary recruiting strategies.
but we can't talk about enrollment without talking about the whole thing. That's really important. There is no doubt you'll never graduate more people than you enroll. There's no doubt about that. But did you know that across the state of Texas, it is normal for half the kids who start a fall semester to be gone before the second semester starts? Did you know that? It's true.
Well,
So here's my point is, our enrollment stayed roughly flat through all of these years right here. But what we were doing is driving the output through the ceiling, 42%. How did we do that? And you also understand that the measure of enrollment is if all you do is do it in a point in time, you're missing the throughput part. Because if we signed up 100 extra students this year, but we graduated 125, the enrollment number went down, but we realized a bigger throughput.
right.
Okay? So we're in a situation where we're realizing extraordinary, think of it from this way. We're a gold mine. And the only thing we get to sell is not the ore we move. We only get to sell the gold at the end. That's how we'll get paid. And so if all we do is look at enrollment, all we're going to ever do is ask ourselves, how much dirt did we move in that metaphor of the gold mine? What we have to ask ourselves is, how much graduates are we placing in the workplace? And how much tuition revenue are we realizing? Those are significantly more important metrics than just enrollment. Because if you accelerate the throughput of kids through your system, your enrollment will stay flat, but your tuition revenue will go up and your output will go up. And you'll make more money if that's, if profit motive was our motive. In other words, you're accelerating the product through the process.
But once you reach a point of stagnation.
And that's what Jeff is saying is we're actually not stagnation. We're actually in a situation where we're moving a lot of kids through the pipeline at we're actually bumping it up against some of our physical capacities, some of our programmatic capacities, some of our faculty. It's like we just don't have enough faculty to teach a whole nother cohort here. And so we've got to figure out how to get more faculty into that. And in a zero-sum game like we have when you're a state agency, when you want to start something new, you got to stop something else. So we're in that, and we can't just flip a switch and make all that happen. You have to phase that out. If we wanted to close a program today, that's a 3-year process with all the regulatory requirements, and we're required by law to teach those students through their program and all of that sort of stuff. And so everything we do when it comes to that programmatic mix has to be done in real slow motion. So what I think enrollment is incredibly important because it is the raw material. But I urge you to consider with us that there are other metrics way more important, which is like how many educational units did you sell this time? Which is like how much per customer did you sell? And how many people did you put in the marketplace and how big were their salaries? Because 40% of our money comes from those two metrics right there.
You know, Mike, I agree with what you're saying. I hear it. But when we say, when you show us up there, what we got to do is grow.
Yes.
So it sort of sends, what is the message about grow then?
What
are we talking about grow?
I have called to action this school. It's time for us to start focusing on this. Now, if what you say back to me is, well, what we want to see is enrollment go through the roof, I could actually get that for you, but I can't tell you that would necessarily move that number much. It might cost us more than it would get us, because what we're talking about, when you measure enrollment, it's like measuring the number of people that show up at the local Walmart. How many people come to the local Walmart? Okay? That's what we have, is how many people have come to our store today. What's way more important is how much per customer did they spend, and did they come back again next week? Those are way more important numbers than how many cross the threshold. Because if half the people that cross the threshold don't even buy anything, then you're a slave to enrollment. You're measuring how many people have crossed the threshold. What would be way more important is, what's the average ticket per customer? How many did you have bail? How many left without spending a nickel? You know, measure that and manage toward that. So when I put that word grow up there today, it's because your leadership team decided it is time for us to call this out and say we're going to start focusing on this. But I hope you'll let us show you that enrollment is not the be-all, do-all in terms of whether a school is getting better. For everybody else it is, and the reason is they're paid by Texas for how many people are sitting in that seat. When you look at the number of people that are sitting in our seat, that's a cost driver as much as it is a revenue driver. And what really drives our revenues is that number. So we can't be measured the way the others are because our business model is fundamentally different.
Chancellor, can I add, Ellis, at the last board meeting when we gave the enrollment and kind of marking update, it's one of the reasons that we created the new metrics in the enrollment reporting that we did from headcount only to the new reporting that also shows semester credit hours sold, the average revenues per student, total revenues, and contribution margins, is because we needed to, because we are different, we need to expand the optics on the results of our performance. Mr. Honey, to answer your question, Mike was being kind when he talked about the 12 managers that none of us knew the right answer earlier. He was talking about all of us. And that was our first question that came back to him. Okay, we say grow, define that. Because in higher education, you define it on getting more kids in the Walmart. And so it was simple. He says, well, it's our WIGs. WIG 1, grow placements, grow salaries. You know, WIG 2, grow revenues. And WIG 3, grow a great place to work. Well, enrollment is a fundamental variable in growing placements and salaries because it provides the raw material, and it is a fundamental revenue of being a revenue stream on our front end, our B2C market, but it's not in and of itself the performance metric that we drive just to drive in and of itself. So that's grow what is very fundamentally important, and we're going to have a meeting with the provost following this, and that's going to be grow placement salaries, grow revenues. And there's a lot of ways to grow placements and salaries, and enrollment is a key piece of it, Ellis.
So let's go back to the car metaphor one more time. If we really are high quality and you're going to pay for that quality, then we're not going to have a market share that's enormous. We just aren't. We'll sell fewer number of units, but the margin on each one is going to be significantly higher. I mean, would you rather have 10 customers, each with a really handsome margin, or would you rather have a Walmart model where you got 1,000 customers and each one gets you a nickel? And the truth of the matter is technical ed is for a lot, but it's not for everyone. And I suggest there's a sweet spot we hit there. And we may get to 20,000 kids. But I don't know. There'll be a place where we'll hit an equilibrium and we're hitting just what we should be hitting. Where the kids who come here are paying a fair price that's based on the yield that they get in the marketplace. And we have optimized our operation for the best possible throughput. But we have to be careful with that enrollment thing, because that's really just how much were your raw materials. And the scrap rate in higher ed is extraordinarily high in the two-year sector. You know, about 20% of the kids who start at a two-year school ever get any kind of credential. 20%. So what that means is the other 80% are scrap rate. Those are just raw materials that ended up on the shop floor. So driving that number, the input, is not nearly as important as driving the output. Because that's where that's where the art of throughput is going to come out, is right there. I'd rather start 1,000 kids and finish 700 than start 2,000 kids and finish 800. Is that making...
No, I understand what you're saying.
You can disagree with my argument,
well,
but is my argument making sense? Yeah.
I guess what I'm doing is you take the whole thing, and I've heard this spiel a number of times, and in my own business, I mean, I get up there and tell you what you just said, in some ways, but then when I always ask the question, not always, but when I frequently ask the question about our enrollment, it's not what you would think it would be, or should be.
If I could be so bold, let me offer you this, Ellis. That's the wrong question.
Okay.
That's the right question.
Well, I understand, Mike, I understand. But I think I'm going back to, and I'm taking our lunchtime up, so I don't want to do that. I'm just going back to kind of me personally, how I see the rah-rah part of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
And cheerleaders are great, but if the team doesn't win, it doesn't matter.
Ellis, when's the last time a chancellor stood in front of you and said, "We got to grow"?
Well, I don't remember when
It's never happened.
But I mean, we've all
It happened
kind of
today. It happened today because your CEO is setting a tone for the company. Your CEO is saying, "I suggest this is the common imperative." Now give us a chance to make it true. That's what I'm saying. Give us a chance to make it.
Well, I think the end result is going to be, maybe instead of looking at your enrollment, maybe we ought to look at how much the state paid you at the end of the year.
How about we do that? Yeah. How much did our students pay us? How much did what was our total revenue?
Well, but the model that we took of getting paid, we did away with the old traditional deal, and we went to the value-added model, whatever, with the state. We got to put these things out in order to get paid by the state.
And here's the thing is, we have more than one revenue stream. This is our biggest. This is 40% of our revenues. That's the Austin. If you want to judge me on that, I think that's fair. I will say I'm not wholly in control of what those guys pay us.
No, we found that out last year.
But what I can tell you I'm in control of is the size of these bars.
Right.
I can control that. And I can also control the other streams of revenue that we get. So implicit in these wigs was you telling us, we want you to be a different firm. And what I said today with that common imperative was, we heard you, and in case you hadn't noticed, here's the common thread through all of that. And I laid down for you and all those hundreds of employees who are listening, this is the day. This is day one of we're a new school, and what we intend to do is grow our results, grow our revenues, grow our culture, okay?
I think it's really important that you say that, because when you just see grow up there, Mike, it makes people go to, that
Enrollment.
means we're going to just get bigger, period. We're going to bring more students, we're going to get more facilities. When I see grow, and I would imagine a lot of people in this room think that's what you're going to do. Going to grow facilities, going to grow numbers of students. I think you got to say grow the output.
Okay, yes, what we want to do, grow the output, grow the revenue stream. I haven't changed the WIGs. The WIGs are still the WIGs. We're going to fulfill the WIGs. That's what we're going to grow. What I was calling out to you is, if you may have noticed, there's a common thread through all of this. But this college has never talked out loud about that. And I suggest it's time for us to go there. And I'm so bold about it, I brought it to you first. Actually, I brought it to those boys first. But I could have been tentative.
Mike, may I make a comment on the enrollment growth? We did unpack it a little bit this fall, was we were looking at, we had a high watermark point a year ago, and then we sustained that again this year, and we looked at what were the others in the sector doing, and so we took a look and actually dissected where was their growth, if they had any, coming from. And largely that was coming from dual credit, because we're in a season of high employment. We don't just compete with the other 2 years, we compete with the high employment situation. We are a counter-cyclical industry. And so we actually did see sustained growth while we saw all the others really achieving their growth through a dual credit strategy, which didn't really contribute to that or the margins. That's the approach that we're taking. And so I just think that's an important perspective to add to where do we want to be, how well did we grow over the last 2 years.
Is that it?
I'm done if you're done.
We're done. We are done. Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. It is about 1:45. Lunch has been waiting for us.
I think that's you.
Yeah. Can we eat and be back in 30 minutes, you think? Or do you need 45?
Well, sooner we move, the better.
30? Okay, let's reconvene. I'm going to recess this meeting, and we'll reconvene at 1:15. Now, 7:45. 120. Okay, I'm reconvening the meeting. It is 1:20. I'm going to take a point of privilege and move an item out of the order of the agenda. I need to go to a committee report first, and that's going to be the Facilities Committee with Mr. Skinner. The reason for that is Ray has a 2 o'clock conference call in reference to the situation in Sweetwater, so we need to get that on out of the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee met this morning, Rick, Ray, and myself, and we have no minute orders, but Ray is going to give us an update.
Good afternoon. Am I on?
Yes.
I appreciate y'all indulging me to move forward in this, and I just would like to say that if any of the leaders in here have their people in West Texas where they need to be on that call, we'll have a 2 o'clock call that'll be like our incident command call, similar to what we went through with Katrina, to make sure we've got all the bases covered and that we're not duplicating efforts. So it'll just be a coordination meeting at 2 o'clock in the Bowie room. Harvey, I'm sorry.
Not Katrina.
Okay, Harvey was the latest. Thank you for correcting me. We do have the major projects list, and this is should be a short report found on page 45. And the only changes that are made on this report are always in red. So obviously the percent complete number should be changing. And I'll go through the projects where we did have movement. Most of them were budget neutral. They were just adjustments inside of the accounting of the project. So project number 1 is the Engineering Center in Harlingen. We've got a slide to show you on that, but the only change there is the TPFA, the Texas Public Finance Authority, is the method we use to procure the equipment. And we had an estimate on that project of $612,000. But when we finally ended up with getting the bids and the quotes, we ended up spending $459,000, so there was a savings there that did not get expensed. Project number 3, the chiller plant, there was some internal adjustments there. We actually reduced the budget. We had a $25,000 savings on that project, so we reduced the budget by $25,000. Project number 4, the Brazos Center. Similar to project 1, the TPFA funding estimate was higher than what we ended up expending. So that's just reporting there what the final number was. Project number 6 is the West Texas Abilene Industrial Technology Center. This one moved in a little bit in the other direction. Our TPFA estimate there was about $3.5 million. And when we finished the design and the equipment needs, it's going to be closer to $3,860,000. On page 46, project number 7 is the monument project that we have, and we moved $46,000 out of the monument project to the Abilene ITC because that's the money we used to build that sign. So that's the movement there. Project number 8 is going to remain on the list. The board approved that, but we have not finished the commissioning nor the closeout documents, so it will stay on the list until that is complete. Project number 9, that project is 100% complete and closed out, so it will come off the list this time. And project number 10, we have had some movement on it. We've hired the engineer to do the design for that paving project. Do you have any questions on the project list? The Texas Public Financing Authority. So I've got a few slides of the construction progress for you. Maybe, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Oh, here.
Should I turn it off?
Turn it on right there on the side. There you go.
Thank you, sir. This is the Engineering Center 20 p.m. in Harlingen. This is just a picture of the outside of the building so you can be familiar where it is. That project is a shell space, and so the phase 2 of that project was to develop about 17,000 square foot of classroom space. It's a shell. We came in and put in structural components, and this is a picture of the concrete placement that took place a couple days ago, about a 100-yard placement, about 11,000 square feet. This is the water project here at Waco, and the drawing doesn't do it justice, but the legend up there, anything in blue is water line complete, anything in green is sewer complete, and the dark lines, the black, is the remaining water and sewer. Mostly water, most of the sewer's in except for a few small runs. The project's 50% complete, but by looking at the map, it looks like a lot more than that. But the paving is coming at the end of the project, and so that'll be a big piece of the project also. This, of course, is the rendering of the Industrial Technology Center in Abilene, and this is the progress photo. So that project's coming right along. We'll occupy it. It'll be ready for occupancy August the 1st, so we're going to be ahead of that 11th hour rush on this one, and the project's going on schedule and in budget. Any questions? That concludes the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll go back to the order of the agenda. And we're down to operations update by Dr. Stuckley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know at the last meeting with our two new regents, Regent Mead and Regent Abad, they were kind of questioning, well, tell me what's all going on in instruction. So just a couple of the things I may talk about today, some of you have seen, but I just kind of wanted to set the stage, especially for our newer regents, to let them know what has transpired about a year before we actually became one college and since then. So I wanted to start just by talking about the size of the instructional division. I know Regent Abad asked me, well, how many faculty do we have? Currently, we have 645, and staff in the instructional division, about 219. So total employees in the instructional division is somewhere currently around 860 to 865. It does vary on a daily basis. And I've taken the instructional division so that we could align better with the other divisions and with the college and moving forward with our WIGs by setting it up into three functions: student learning, instructional conversion, and instructional support. And I'll talk a little bit more about instructional conversion. Before Christmas, I took the instructional division, and with communication and with the change to single accreditation and becoming one college, Texas is a big state, and communication is always key. So what I did, I actually took one level of administration out between me and the vice presidents and associate vice presidents at the different locations. Now, if you notice, they're not listed by location. They're listed by function. What will they be the VP over? Now, the VPs that I have, and if you look up here, I have one that's current in West Texas. We made an offer to a gentleman last week that is from a technical college, Davis Technical College in Utah, that has several years of experience, that will be coming to us on March the 5th. And he will be heading up those particular divisions. And so what we want to do is to look at what we can do through the WIGs and setting our goals by the different functional chains of our organization in the instructional division. So even though these individuals here are located at different locations across the state, they will be the campus academic manager at those locations, but they still will be in charge of accomplishing what we need to do in their respective divisions. And so I took one layer out, we filled the positions right here, and then we decided we're going to move forward based on that. I will have my first big team meeting next week in Hutto, where we bring the team together. 2 of those individuals, the associate vice presidents that will be coming in, or vice presidents, will be coming in, not associates but VPs, and associate VPs will be coming in. 2 of them are new. And so they've decided to take on higher roles to fill some of the voids that we need. And so we will be working on this structure over the next year as we move forward. The instructional conversion team. You know, we've talked before about badges, and we've talked about program vitality. You heard from the chancellor at the last meeting. We spent a lot of time talking about vitality. And the WIG is about improving our vitality. And now, currently, we're working with BI and Belle Whedon on her team on looking at location vitality, because in the board report today, you're going to see where our programs are located and the decisions that we have to make concerning which ones we want to keep at certain locations and move around. It's like a puzzle. How do we adopt and figure out which programs we need where to accomplish what we need to do? Faculty ranking and still in progress. You're going to see that it ties to our vitality as well. It's no longer just about years in service, and it's not about, well, you got a good evaluation. It's what are you doing with your program to help move the needle on the vitality. Comprehensive program review, you'll see a slide on that. Assistance with new program implementation. We have a small team put together that if anybody wants to look at implementing something different, we have a team that can come in and assist them. One of the things that we want to make sure that we do is on the vitality side of it, use our faculty to do what they do best, and that's to instruct. But if we can have assistance with coming in and helping with the curriculum and making modifications, it is a benefit to them. And of course, the multiple course delivery options, which I say future focus, but we're still working on that as we move forward as throughout the next year or two at looking at what our options are for these programs. Because as you heard the chancellor say, with vitality, we're engaging the faculty and the department chairs in those departments to look at what's going to help move the needle for them moving forward. And if they decide, and I have one program right now that is volunteer that has already said, as soon as this meeting is over next week, I want to move to competency-based education totally, and I want multiple entries and multiple exits. And so the conversion team that we have in place will be working with them, because that program is located in 6 different locations, and they're going to need some assistance to accomplish that. And I talked about badges before, and this is something that it's sort of like, I kind of look at us over the last couple of years, it's sort of like the little engine that could. We keep making progress in this movement, but it's time now that we've aligned and we're focusing on the WIGs and moving the needles and have a clear strategic plan that we continue to progress and market these and advertise these. To me, it's an incentive for our students to move forward. If you look, we awarded over 1,468 badges to almost 500 students last year. That's something that we will continue to focus on. The important part about badges is validating those with industry to make sure that when a student has one, that it means something not only to the student, but to industry as well. And there's just a couple. 1-star, 2-star, 3 stars. People have asked me, what does that mean? When you're competent in something, 1 star is like a C. 2 stars is like a B, and 3 stars is like an A. So if you have a C and you want to move to a B and you get an extra star, you're going to have to improve in that particular field. Program vitality. As I mentioned a minute ago, the chancellor spent a lot of time at the last meeting talking about that. But as I mentioned, we are bringing in the departments and working with Business Intelligence Group. We're going to have a person assigned to us to work with the department chairs to see what they can do, because they're all picking a sub-WIG that comes up to the main WIG on how do we improve our vitality. And sometimes they need to sit down and look at every option there. What is our best means forward to help improve our department? It could be more students. It could be better retention. It could be more contacts with industry, better placement. So they're having a big say-so in deciding what they want to do that will ultimately feed into that WIG 1 of improving our overall vitality of the college. Now, the Chancellor also mentioned location vitality. Again, I've been working with Vice Chancellor Hoekstra's team and BI on looking at that. We're right in the early stages of that. We had a meeting last week on that, and by this summer, we will have the data that we feel we need to sit down and look at what we're offering at our locations, so that if we need to modify and change some things around, we can do that. Fortunately, an easy one there is welding. Welding is located right now at all 10 locations, so there's nothing to move around. So, but we have other programs that we maybe need to look at what fits better for TSTC and the students. Program review. When you look at program review, and Regent Abad asked me this morning, Elton, how do we know we're offering what we need to offer? That was one of his questions. Well, you know, we tie into our compliance report with our accrediting agency. We're tied to the WIGs for continuous improvement, curriculum workforce competencies. As I mentioned, you know, it is a requirement by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board that our departments meet with an advisory committee once a year. I know of no program that only does that. We meet a minimum of twice a year with our industry groups to make sure that we're trying to teach what we need to teach, the latest and the greatest. In addition, I told Regent Abad today, C4EO, the project Michael Bettersworth has, also brings in another component to, just because advisory committees think this and say this and that, they bring in an outside component that either validates what they're saying is true, or it may be off a little bit and we need to tweak it. So that has been an added component to us. So it's curriculum workforce competencies, how we're tying to the WIGs, to our compliance with the Southern Association, and our location and department vitality. So it's sort of like there's several components or elements that make up how we put our programs together and how we measure success for them. Future focus, it's actually ongoing focus. The Chancellor talked about CBE, block schedule, multiple entry, multiple exit, subscription rate, open labs. That is the key. You're going to see just a 5-minute presentation. We have invested heavily this year as a college in online development, not only for our regular programs, regular matriculated students, but for the pathways that we're developing for dual credit. And so you're going to see a short 5-slide presentation from our current person over online development, and you'll see that we're making some great strides in there because we need the flexibility to be able to offer students at every age group out there. In the meeting this morning, we talked about the average age of a student at TSTC is 24 to 25 years of age. But that really doesn't tell the whole story. There's a big group between 18 and 22, and then there's sort of a gap, and then it's over the age of 30 plus. We need to make sure that we have programs where the lectures are totally online and students can get their awards or verify their competencies by coming out at night or on the weekends to validate, to move forward. It's just, again, about flexibility. Professional development, I know this was one of the things that we talked about, employee professional development, and what are we doing to help keep our employees up to date. One of the things that we talked about on the employee engagement survey, that number took a little dip last year. Part of the issue was, and you know, a lot of our faculty go out to conferences and go here for certifications, and it's not so much about just getting an advanced degree as it is keeping up with what they're doing in their field, but because of the hiring freeze and some of the limitations over about a 5 or 6 month period, maybe even probably about that long, that kind of curtailed that a little bit, but I think we'll be headed in the right direction now that that has been lifted. The Abilene Industrial Technology Center, you heard Ray Freed talk about it. We had a big meeting last week. Every time we open up a new center, we learn from the previous time that we've opened it up. You know, we did this, we did that one, then we did Fort Bend. We found out there were some things we did great, then there were other things we didn't do well. This one here, we're focusing as a team, cross-divisional team, to make sure that we get our faculty online early, not in August, but in May, to make sure they're ready to go when classes start in the fall. Staff as well. We need to be able to have a team there, a seasoned team, to make sure that when we start up, everything is running very smoothly the way it should be. These are the new programs I mentioned. We offer welding at all 10 locations. This one, the welding in Abilene, we're offering industrial maintenance, electrical power and controls, and emergency medical services. That was one of the agreements that the chancellor had with the community on them supporting us with financial support on building this center. We want heavy industrial programs there. And so that was a commitment by the chancellor that we're not going to use that space for offices, and we're not going to use it. We're going to invest in heavy industrial programs, because we were not offering those in Abilene until this fall. And so I mentioned online learning. It is critical for us moving forward that we continue down that pathway, because, you know, the chancellor did talk, and we had a very lengthy discussion about growth. That is one of the things that will help us continue to grow if we can reach those students that need to go back, continue their education, and provide the flexibility in which we need to do it. Online, to me, is the way to do it. So at this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Gina Cano-Monreal, who is heading up this project. So Gina, if you would come and take it away, please.
I can't remember if he limited me to 5 slides or 5 minutes, but I'll try to keep this concise. But I appreciate the opportunity to be able to give you all an update on online learning, just to let you know where we're at and where we are going to be moving forward. Just to give you a glimpse of where we're currently at, TSTC has in its inventory, as far as online courses, we have 186 online courses. 50 of those are within general education and 136 within our technical programs. We have those within our online inventory. Those courses contribute to 4 awards that we have 100% online, and those are our health information technology, our medical office specialists, our digital media design, and cybersecurity. We also have what we call hybrid awards, and there are 21 of those. And what I mean by a hybrid award is that a student may not be able to complete 100% of that award online, but they can complete between 50 and 85% of that coursework online. So that doesn't mean they have to, but they have the opportunity to be able to do so. We have been increasing our enrollment in our online courses. This is statewide. So this is just showing you that within the fall, or in the fall 2017 semester, we went over the 3,000 enrollment in our online courses. We also do have on our portal page and on our website where you can find, if you're interested, to be able to find what courses are offered online. So those 186 courses that are in our inventory, all of the courses listed, and what degrees they correlate to. So if a student is interested in taking an online course, what degrees do those courses correlate to? In addition, a listing of all of our hybrid and 100% online awards can be found on our portal pages and on the website, so the student can see, okay, what are those awards that I may not want to take a 100% online award, but if I want to take 50% of a business management technology award, where do I maybe need to be located because I need to take the rest of that coursework at a physical location? So that is also available for the students to be able to see percentage and what locations offer those particular hybrid awards. We have a number of initiatives within online learning. I just want to touch on a couple. One is really to make our students aware of what they will be expected, or what will be expected of them in the online environment, and that's our student online learning orientation. And that, in association with a number of other initiatives that we have put forth, has really helped us to increase our pass rates of students within our online courses, because that's a really big question. We want our students to be successful. We want them to pass. We want them to persist in our courses. So we were able to meet that 70% pass rate in our online courses, which is really important. It's not just enough to get them in, but we want them to be successful in our online courses. A number of other initiatives that we are piloting currently is an embedded tutoring and an embedded librarian program. So we really want to make sure, especially now that we're moving towards more awards that are 100% online, what are we doing to make sure that those online students have an experience just like our face-to-face students would? They may never step foot on one of our campuses, so we need to make sure that they have opportunities to engage with other students and student tutors. So we have student tutors that we're currently embedding in some of our online courses so that they can talk to the students that are within the courses. This is in one of our English courses, so she's ready to peer review lots of documents that the students want to have a peer reviewer for before they submit to their instructor. So online embedded tutoring and also online embedded librarians. So we may have students who are never going to step foot in a learning resource center on one of our campuses. So what are we doing to ensure that the students in the online environment get the best resources that they can? So this is an example of our librarian in a marketing class, and she does a lot of work collaborating with subject matter experts. So talking with those faculty, figuring out what are some really good resources that they might need for nursing. What are some good resources they might need for these marketing or advertising classes? What is it that they're going to need so that then they can come up with a layout and present it to the students within the course? So the student never has to feel like they don't have the best resources available to them as they're taking these online classes. Statewide alignment. So we've talked quite a bit even in our committee meeting this morning and earlier about really aligning our programs. One of the tasks we were given is we became one TSTC, so let's make sure that everything we have is aligned so that it's not cookie cutter, but that the experience that the student has as they're going through our courses and through our programs, no matter where they are located, is the same, that they get that good quality experience. So we were tasked over the last year to really align all of our courses so that it didn't matter where a student took our online coursework from, they were getting that same quality experience. So we had faculty from all of our campuses come together and really assemble and put together the best that they had from all of the different online courses that were out there that were being delivered by Waco and West Texas and Harlingen and Marshall, and really come together and pick the best elements of those courses to put together what our chancellor would refer to as a rock star course. So that now we have those best online courses that it does not matter where our students are enrolling in them from, they're getting that same quality course. And all of the faculty statewide are on board with those online courses. Another big initiative, we talked about where are some places that we can grow our enrollment, and online is definitely one of them. So recruiting and marketing strategies, this was an article that was just came out in the paper recently about our new online technical awards. Recruitment strategies, we've got an online recruitment event coming up, working with marketing to make sure we have short snippets that a student can see off of our website that gives them a glimpse into what that experience for an online student might be. And then I'm really excited to talk about one of our big initiatives. Our administration has really put forth some high-level dollars to make sure that we can take what awards we currently have and take them to the next level. So when we put forth online courses, we make sure that our courses meet best practices of SAC-COC and the coordinating board. But what we really want is to take those courses and those programs to a new level. We want to make sure that we are bettering those courses and providing a really engaging student experience for those online learners. So we had to put out an RFP and look for a company to work with, and we have settled on a contract with iDesign, which is an instructional design corporation. based out of Dallas. They are an external group who is helping us to take our courses and our programs to the next level. The awards that were chosen, HIT, DMD, cybersecurity, architectural design and engineering graphics, came from what we were hearing from our student learning from instruction as high demand from our ISD. So Dr. Stuckley talked about meeting the demands of what are our dual enrollment folks looking for. And these are the awards they are asking about within an online environment. So we are working with iDesign. We have a TSTC design team that is already working with our iDesign team to not only take these courses to the next level by introducing interactives, gamification, wherever they are appropriate, but to also look at developing a prototype so that all of our online courses and across the programs have a similar look and feel, consistent language, so that the students in any of our online programs have a similar high-quality experience. So we're hoping that this will increase student opportunities, but we are able to maintain quality and increase that student experience for them. So as far as when and how is all this going to happen, this is the timeline I look at all the time, just to make sure that we're on track. So like I mentioned, our piloting our embedded librarian and tutoring. We're launching an online learning action group to make sure that we take advantage of opportunities. We don't miss out on opportunities, but we look at some pitfalls that may occur with this expansion. Working on internal and external design of these awards. And then by fall of 18, we will have our Architectural Design Engineering Graphics Award completely online. They are also putting it in competency-based education format. So we're working with that group, along with a Fast Start 4 grant that they have, and an in-house instructional designer who was working with them to make sure that that gets done by fall of 18. Working with iDesign to make sure that we have those enhanced online awards for HIT, cybersecurity, digital media design, and architectural. And then we have other awards who are fixing to come online as well. So business management technology will be completely online as well by fall of 18. So lots of things going on in the online world.
Gina, thank you so much. I will tell you, you know, when we went through the reorg to single accreditation and people were being shuffled here and shuffled there, we realized that after we went through the reorganization, we only had 2 people left in online development. And now we've since built that back up some, but that was the reason for bringing in this outside company to come and help, because eventually, without it, we're going to miss marketing or attracting those students unless they're high school students. And to me, this is a thing that we have to do. And, you know, and we've talked about it in bits and pieces over the last 2.5 years as we move forward. But sometimes we don't talk, we continue down that path. Right now we have 71% of all of our programs broken down into competencies, the first draft. We have to refine those, but to get to where we need to be, even with online, even to be with multiple entry, multiple exit, where students can come in at any time, we have to have that done. And so a lot of people say, you know, and I'm not the most patient person in the world, but when you look, we haven't even been singly accredited for 2 years yet. And we started a year before, but when I look at the progress that we've made, and by beefing up some of these areas, I think we're making a lot of progress to get to where we really need to be, so that when a department is ready, like the one I mentioned earlier that says, I want to be CBE and I want students to be able to come in every 2 weeks, we need to make that happen for them. We need to be able to provide that flexibility so that we can attract every level of student, whether they're 60, 50, 40, or 18. And so I want to say thanks to all the faculty and staff that have put a lot of hard time and effort into this. I heard when we were discussing about growth, just because I've been around for so long and I know a lot of the community college leadership team, I've been attending the Texas Association of Community College quarterly meetings in Austin on behalf of the Chancellor, and I am in charge of the statewide partnerships. And I know Regent Honey knows about the one we're working on in Kilgore. On Monday, I will be flying up to Grayson College. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago with Cisco College on how we could partner, where they could offer some of our academic courses perhaps at our new location. However, when you're dealing sometimes with them, it goes slowly. It's about, I'm not sure that in some instances they operate at the speed that we would like to operate at, but it's something that, it's a slow process, but I think the more of those partnerships that we can have and build that trust, it'll give us opportunities to even come in and do specialized workforce training in those service delivery areas moving forward. So it's just a process, it's a steady process, but it's something that we have to do and need to do. I do want to say kudos to the provost that have stepped in. You know, they have a meeting at Kilgore every 2 weeks for 4 hours. It's impossible for me to attend all of those meetings. And so Bart Day has stepped in and working with Jeff, who is over the provost, and making sure that he can attend some of those meetings because he's 15 minutes away and give an update. Even at Cisco College, Rick Denbo stepped up to the plate and got some things going that we were kind of stalled on. So I do want to say thank you to those individuals. Edgar Padilla, and working with the community down at Hutto, and their new superintendent and city manager, been instrumental in making some of these things happen. It's just an ongoing, it's sort of like you just keep grinding away to make sure that we continue to build those relationships. So are there any questions about anything? Yes, sir?
How do we get paid for the online?
We will get paid. Here's the thing. It's all about, again, putting those students in a great paying job. The new funding model that we have, if a student comes in and graduates from a technology like machining or welding, if they want to take their lectures online and then come in and do the labs, it's going to be the same as it is for a student that's out here for 15 months. It's the same thing. It's just a different teaching modality. It's how do you get the information to the students?
They're paying the same tuition rate.
Correct.
The key there is, to me, has always been the flexibility. If we just continue to offer classes every day, we've expanded our night classes and weekend classes. I was down at Fort Bend here a couple of months ago, and I said, well, where's this faculty member? Well, he's teaching tomorrow. Well, it was Friday when I was there, because we have to be flexible and meet the needs of the students and not the other way around. Teaching the 8 to 5, 4 days a week and 8 to noon, like a lot of are being closed on Fridays, or working a half a day like a lot of the 2-year colleges do. That's not the answer. That's not the answer. And so that's where we're steadily grinding away at moving in that direction of providing what is needed for our students, the flexibility, plus the rigor. You know, we don't ever lower our standards, but we have to be able to do that. Even the platform that we're building the online courses in, that template I call it, there's room in there as we eventually move into augmented reality, where a lot of that stuff can just be embedded into that template to help the students as they're taking those online courses. It takes a place of a lot of the lab time in some instances. And so you just have to find that right mix. But having no flexibility is not the answer. You know, the old saying is, we're nothing unless we're flexible. And so to me, that's the key. And so you've kind of seen what we've done in the last, especially for the newer regents, what we've done in the last 2.5 to 3 years. And we do have a long way to go, but it's a steady grind as we're moving forward. And the farther we move after single accreditation, the more we become aligned and the faster we'll be able to move. And so, anything else?
I was just going to touch
Yes.
on that question about our students that are taking our online programs. We see a couple of things. We see students who want to take some of their the general education courses that contribute to their AAS award, they'll take those online, and they'd rather come in and take their program-specific courses face-to-face. And then we see others who take the complete award online. So there isn't any difference really in how they're currently, if they're paying anything different for an online course versus a face-to-face course.
The main thing is the quality. We can never lower our standards, because if we want to be the best, and we want to be, as the Chancellor says, the Mercedes-Benz, you don't lower quality, but you have to have flexibility in how you get trained people out there and to provide them the skills they need. It just can't be the old routine 8 to 5 Monday through Thursday and half a day on Friday. That's not the world we live in anymore.
Chairman Hatchell, I just want to thank Dr. Stuckley and his leadership team. Y'all did an outstanding committee and, of course, a report. What you're doing online, it's very personal because my wife was a non-traditional student. She went back to school at 40 years old and took her associates, her bachelor's, and then she's working on her master's right now, and it's all online. It needs to be flexible. I'm glad y'all are leading the way, especially with these technical fields, among all the other things that you guys are doing, you know, with the students, with the staff, that you're doing exactly what needs to be done to keep TSTC in front of education. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just make a brief comment, I'll tell you, Gina is really something else. She has developed a truly outstanding products in that online world. Really interesting for someone who has a PhD in microbiology. Molecules. So she took all of that, microbiology, and turned it into outstanding online content. She's someone we're very proud of.
Very close to on.
Very close to on.
I will say that the college, I'm very grateful that this college also affords me the opportunity to still teach. So I still do get to teach at least anatomy and physiology online. So I'm also one of our online faculty.
Okay, we're moving back into the committee section, and we'll start with the Committee on Student Learning and Student Development. Tony?
Well, we met with Stuckley and his leadership staff. There are no minute orders that I know of. Oh, there is one. I'm sorry. And we covered a great variety of topics. Of course, we're going to be reviewing all the inventory of the programs, and I appreciate there's going to be a yearly inventory list so that we're all abreast as far as what the programs that are being offered here. Congratulations to all the honor graduates. I need to say it's just quite an achievement, and they need to be recognized. But being able to again mention that I appreciate TSCC, the way the leadership is handling not only the student retention and student evaluation of the staff, but also the staff themselves being able to continue the professional needs and keep them, at the optimum, so that they're able to teach what's needed in the world. As marketing, I know we were talking online right now, and that needs to be sold. More. It's great. More people need to know about that. But with that, I hand over time to Dr. Stuckley.
Okay, great. As Regent Abad said, we do have 1 minute order 01-18C. Annual approval of current associate degrees and certificate programs. The Texas Higher Education Board requires us to have all programs approved before we can offer them. It is also a requirement by the Board of Regents for any new programs that they approve them. However, you've heard me mention in my presentation that over the last couple of years, we've made some major strides. When we became one college, there were over 300 different awards on the books. And you talk about a challenge to try to get all of the locations that were dug in their locations and get all the programs together, similar programs together from these locations to come up with a common curriculum. not an easy task. And I will tell you, I thank Dr. Cravey for that and her team, because we went from over 300 awards, now we're down to about 130. And so the other good part is when you look back 4 or 5 years ago, a lot of the awards were strictly associate degrees. As you see this, and even in the honor graduates, you're seeing more shorter term certificates, which again is allowing us to bring students in, provide them a pathway to get a skill set. It may not be an associate degree, but in a lot of instances, who cares? The student doesn't care, the employer doesn't care, it meets their needs, and so you're seeing a lot more of those. How much further we will consolidate, I'm not sure, but going from over 300 to 130 is pretty darn good. And as we start moving toward location vitality and program vitality, those will continue to change and evolve over the next couple of years. But I feel like the team has done an excellent job on reducing those down. We put them in a format that I call the little old, it's not a bullet, but it's a point where you can see, instead of listing the locations and then listing that award at every location like welding 10 times, it's much easier to do that. But this is a minute order that we will be bringing to the board every winter in February, just to make sure that something doesn't fall through the crack and we are offering something that you have not seen or approved. And so the recommended minute order here is the Board of Regents approves the current list of associate degree and certificate programs. Activation of any currently approved program is contingent upon meeting all related co-board requirements. So are there any questions concerning this minute order?
Only that I like this format, because sometimes I'm asked, what do we offer in Austin? I'm looking at the website, but this is great.
We had it the other way, and I changed it because I didn't want to list welding 10 times and then the book be that thick.
No, this is perfect.
It just needs to be, shows the awards, whether they're certificates, advanced certificates, degrees, and the locations.
Perfect.
So this is going to be a changing document from year to year, but it is something that we need your approval on. The oral report that I have is on the fall 2017 honor graduates. At this time, we have 50 honor graduates, 40 with AAS degrees and 10 with the certificates. Regent Abad asked me an interesting question. He said, Elton, I wonder how this compares the number of honor graduates with 4.0s to other colleges and universities. And I've never really looked at that, but I will be researching that information and providing it to him and anybody else that's interested in knowing that. But, you know, when we looked at the number of graduates that we had this fall, it was probably somewhere around 820 to 830. And you have 50, you know, that's a group that it's an honored group, because having a 4.0, and as I mentioned to Regent Abad, you know, at the university level, most of the students are in the classroom 12 hours a week. 12, sometimes 15 is an overload. For our students, a lot of them are in the classroom 25 hours a week and sometimes 30. And so to have that 4.0, it means a lot. And so, having said that, Mr. Chairman, are there any questions from anybody concerning the minute order and the report on honor graduates?
Just a comment. I had the privilege of signing the certificates. And when I was looking at those, all those 4.0s, I thought, blew the curve.
Thank you.
Where you were in college.
The next committee coming up is Committee for Strategic Relations. And Chairman Cleveland.
The Committee for Strategic Relations covers a lot of stuff. And if anybody wants to know what all it is, Mr. Rushing is here to explain that. We're going to have a 1-minute order and 2 reports. And the minute order will be presented by Hannah Love.
Thank you. For those of you who are new regents, annually you have a minute order that comes before you to approve the employee holiday schedule, and so that is the particular minute order that we will be discussing today. As a state agency, we are given a certain number of dates by the legislature that we are allowed to approve, but we have discretion in how we set that calendar up for our employees. We choose, because we are an institution of higher education, to move some of our holidays around in order to create a winter break. And you see in this particular minute order the schedule that we have designated for our employees in order to create that winter break. The minute order reads specifically, the Board of Regents approves the fiscal year 2019 employee holiday schedule for Texas State Technical College, and that's what we'll be asking you to approve today. Does anyone have any questions?
Our first report will be on sexual harassment, and Mr. Rushing is going to present that report.
Thank y'all. If y'all don't mind, I'll do this from my seat. I actually have very detailed notes. I'm afraid as an attorney, if I didn't stick to that, this could last a really long time, as we may or may not have seen earlier today. This presentation is to verify to you, the Board of Regents, that TSTC complies with all federal and state laws, all rules and regulations pertaining to Title IX, sexual harassment, and gender discrimination. More importantly, it is to assure our employees and our students that not only do we have those policies and procedures, but that we take them very seriously, and that we have procedures in place once an event may have occurred, and that we follow investigative procedures, and ultimately that we act on those things. I've placed in your materials statewide operating standard, which we abbreviate as SOS, HR 2.4.15, which is our policy addressing those issues. I've included that policy so you can see it's multiple pages, that the actual procedure for a victim or a complainant to follow is within that policy. Now, the policy is a small portion, but there's pertinent information and then there's procedures. It's actually written in the SOS. Additionally, the procedure is published in the TSTC catalog. It's published in the student handbook. It's reviewed during new employee orientation and new student orientation. And then for the people that are more hip than I am, it is also located constantly on our portal. Our portal is our electronic digital site for all of the TSTC information. In addition to those occurrences of our policies, there is mandatory training annually both on Title IX and on equal employment opportunities. Those are mandatory trainings, and they're checked to make sure that, in fact, every employee does take that. That's an internal audit and an external audit offense. Likewise, or not offense, but it's regulated. They check those things. Additionally, the state of Texas audits all of its agencies for their policies, not whether or not you've done a good or bad job, but to make sure you have the policies that are required in place and that those policies have the appropriate information in them. And we've, of course, always had them, and we've always had clean bills of health on what it contains. That's what it looks like technically, but what happens when something happens? Well, to ensure that this policy isn't just a paper tiger, TSTC has either a Title IX coordinator or a designated individual at every physical location. Nobody is going to get, hey, call this 1-800 number, or call this Waco number, or call this Harlingen number. What they're going to get is a person that they can talk to, because in times like that, that's at least as important as them filling out a box on a form. The bigger locations have designated Title IX coordinators. We have some small locations where we have designated personnel. Doesn't matter which one they go to, at the conclusion of a complaint, that person is going to forward that information to either HR if it's an employee-related issue, or to student services if it's a student-related issue. When the investigative body, whether it be HR or Student Services, receives a complaint, they immediately begin an investigation. That investigation is done regardless of the location it happened at by an assigned investigator who is experienced and trained. So if you happen to be in a small location You're not stuck with somebody with 18 different job titles trying to figure out this on the first occasion. We send down trained people for those purposes. The investigative body has the authority to make immediate decrees. Most frequently, an employee accused of a bad act will be sent home on an emergency leave. That is not because we believe it happened or we believe it didn't happen. That is to protect the integrity of the investigation and the whole the status quo, so the investigation can move forward without constant new information coming in. Students can be diverted from their classrooms if a victim is in the same classroom. That's obviously, as Baylor found, a real no-no, putting a perpetrator and a victim back in the same classroom. So our investigators can immediately make those decisions without checking with legal, without checking with the chancellor's office. They have that authority. At the conclusion of the investigation, the investigative body makes a report. This report goes back to the management area over where either the student or the employee functioned. The report will go back with recommendations based on their findings, if any findings at all, and the sanctions we recommended, if there are any sanctions at all. There's not any reason to believe there always are. There's a lot of times when it's misunderstandings or very minor offenses. Pursuant to the board's directives during my history here and the chancellor's directives, TSTC has never had any sacred cows. We don't have any Heisman candidates. We don't have any national title athletic teams. We don't have any individuals that are above the law. When we're sent out for investigations, we're sent out to do a good investigation, determine the truth, and let the chips fall where they may. That's very refreshing from my position. I don't have to worry about finding the right conclusion. I find the conclusion without any fear of guidance or interference. In conclusion, I'd just like to say TSTC has been very, very fortunate to be guided by a Board of Regents and a Chancellor who have told us that we're supposed to do the right thing the right way for the right reason. We've always done that. We will continue to do that because that's just one more thing that makes TSTC a great place to work, because it provides us safety and security, and it shows the attention of the leadership to the safety and security of both our students and our employees. Are there any questions?
Regents, I have a statement I'd like to make on this issue. The Texas State Technical College Board of Regents values the safety and welfare of all the TSTC employees and students. Sexual harassment has no place in either the workplace or learning environment. This governing board supports the TSTC's management in taking all necessary actions to follow up on any complaints made and to support individuals that may suffer harm if he or she has been harassed. Part of creating a great place to work and learn is having all employees and students feel that their environment is safe. We are confident in the measures taken by management and instruct them to continue work in this area. That's it. Yeah.
An audit on the Violence Against Women Act last year, and it overlaps quite a bit with Title IX and many of the things that Ray talked about. We confirmed and validated that we're actually doing it. I just wanted to remind you all that.
Mr. Chairman, we have one more report on strategic compensation. Ray? Strategic compensation.
Hannah's going to do that.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and provide an update for some and an introduction to others. of TSTC's Comprehensive Strategic Compensation Plan. I addressed the Board of Regents last year at the board meeting at the Austin Board of Regents meeting. At that time, I shared that TSTC shifted strategy from traditional higher education compensation to strategic compensation. In traditional higher education compensation, we center on time and service, whereas in strategic compensation, we focus on the return on our investment. We're thinking like a business. At TSTC, we have turned the corner to thinking like a business. We don't want to be focused on length of service or the amount of time that our employees have been with us, across the board raises. We want to get a return on our investment in our relationship with compensation and our relationship with our employees. As context, just a few short years ago, prior to becoming one college, TSTC had 5 separate compensation systems. In the span of a few years, we developed a unified compensation plan, wrote and begun implementation of our strategic compensation strategy, and begun the work of changing how we compensate our employees to match our new philosophy. Our people are TSTC's single biggest asset. Without attracting and retaining the most talented workforce, we cannot achieve any of our other strategic goals as a company. So getting it right on compensation allows us to get it right on every other strategic goal that we have as a firm. And that has been one of the imperatives as we have built this plan, is understanding how critical it is to everything else that we do as a firm. What we have known at TSTC as a management team is that our employees have been concerned about their compensation. It's been an area of focus for some time, and we've been listening to our employees, and we have been acting for a period of years. And so some of what I will be talking with you about today, in addition to the progress we've made on our plan, is what have we specifically been doing to address the concerns of our employees and the progress that we have been making as a management team over time. All right. One of the things that's really important for those of you who are new, and some of our board members are, is to understand that we set within our strategic plan a wildly important goal on compensation. We set that goal because we knew that in order to be bold and audacious on compensation for our employees, it needed to have a strategic focus throughout the college. We had data from our survey of employee engagement that let us know that pay was the lowest area of weakness. We now have 2 years of data that said pay is our lowest area of weakness or construct within feedback from our employees. That makes it a really important area of focus for us within our strategic plan. What is important as context, though, for you to understand as our board and for the employees who are listening, is our focus on compensation didn't start with our strategic plan. We've actually been having a strategic focus on it many years before. It's just an area that is very difficult to move the dial on. And so what we've had the opportunity to do when we adopted a new strategic plan is to put it front and center in front of our employees, in front of our regents, in front of other stakeholders, and say, we are so committed to getting this right. It's actually going to be one of the anchors in our overall strategic plan. In a strategic compensation model, the focus of compensation is getting the best return on investment. Employees have plentiful opportunities to participate in performance-based rewards. In this model, compensation is tied to your performance, and your performance supports and aligns the strategic goals of your company. That's the core of it. If you get nothing else in terms of what is a strategic compensation model, you're going to know that it is supporting and aligning the overall strategic goals of the company. And you as the individual employee can look at your own individual performance and think, is what I'm doing as an employee, as a frontline admissions technician, supporting and aligning with my strategic goals for my college? And if it's not, then my compensation is probably not going to be as high as it could be in this model. And you have a gut check that you can ultimately do about how could I improve that performance over the next year. What you also see is that employees and the company are in a mutually beneficial relationship with each other. It doesn't work if one side is working harder than the other. So when both sides are serving each other's best interest, you have the best model going forward, and you have a thriving culture within those firms. So that is one of the hallmarks of a positive culture and a strategic compensation model. One of the central commitments in the strategic compensation plan is to make data-informed decisions. What you see on the screen right now is what were the top 3 constructs in our survey of employee engagement and the bottom 3 constructs. We're going to highlight for you here that pay was the lowest area of weakness in this year's survey of employee engagement. It is noteworthy that we went up 7 points from last year's survey, and that's what the 7 on the far right-hand side of the screen is telling you. While it's noteworthy, we went up 7 points. As a management team, we're not happy yet. That 255 is still not out of a red zone. So we know a couple of things about pay, not just based on institutions of higher education, but also based on data from corporations. Changing employees' perception on their pay is one of the single hardest things to do as a company. You can pay people as well as corporate America and go take one of these surveys, and it may be the lowest category in a survey of employee engagement. It's ultimately one of the hardest dials to move in any company. And when you do move the dial, it tends to be incremental. So this is going to be one of the things, as I come before you as a Board of Regents over the years, you should expect to see. It's probably going to be in the lowest category for a period of time. What we're looking for is progress. And we're also going to be looking for data that shows that we're actually making meaningful strides in the compensation of our employees against a market wage. And that may be where we see the most progress over time. This just gives you the perspective on the next slide of where we were year to year. So in the first year that we took the survey of employee engagement, we had a 248. The next year we had a 255. So we did see an upward trend for that one particular year. And we're having our steady focus, stay on the ball about what we can do in terms of strategic investments over time. All right. So let's talk about some of the investments that we've made and what is the progress. In 2017, we invested $2.76 million in compensation for our employees. The group that we focused most heavily on was our faculty in the 2017 cycle. We did that because we had data that told us that we were far behind in our faculty compensation. Our faculty is hugely critical in terms of the brand promise that we make to our customers, our students. And if we didn't make strides to catch up in faculty compensation, we knew as a company that we weren't doing the best job that we could overall as a firm. So that was part of the decision point in last year's cycle. As we continue to refine our investment strategy in upcoming years, we're going to look at the next places that we have to make the most important investments in each cycle. And that's part of what you do in strategic compensation. Not every year is going to be the same. There will be other years where a different group of employees need more of an investment, and you're supposed to be looking at that and doing a constant scanning of your environment if you're doing your job right within my group. The other thing that you don't always know about compensation if you don't live within the human resources group is what our overall compensation package looks like. The state auditor's office will tell you that 36.1% of every full-time employee that we have at TSTC is receiving a benefits package that is valued at that 36.1% in addition to their salary. That includes our benefits and our retirement package and all of the other expenses that the state and TSTC pays on top of our salary. At TSTC, in addition to that, we give our employees on their first day of hire with us tuition assistance. So they can be taking courses, our high-value courses from us, at reduced tuition, no waiting period at all. Their dependents can also be taking those courses from us first day of hire. So that's a great benefit that we offer. Every employee receives an employee assistance plan from us that allows them to receive services during times of divorce, other types of legal troubles. When we had Hurricane Harvey, there was assistance that was provided through our EAP to our employees, and that is free of charge. We give every employee of the college identity theft protection that is just free of charge to those employees. So those are other little sweeteners that come, in addition to a number of discount packages that, because we are state agency employees, on your cell phone, and vacation packages and things like that, that are part of your overall package, but people don't think of them because they're not about your overall pay. One of the things that we created this year in order to better track how we are strategically investing in our compensation was a compensation pool. In the past, each department budgeted for compensation increases locally. And when it came time for us to run an overall statewide report of all the raises in the college, it was very clumsy to do so. So we decided in this last budget cycle, we want to do this at a statewide level. We also asked our leadership team, we need a certain amount of money set aside for strategic investments in compensation. And we're going to ask that that pool be set aside at the top of the budget. We received over $2 million in order to invest in compensation in the current cycle, and the slide that you can see behind me on the screen gives you a breakdown on where those investments are going. Some of that is going to overall adjustments to compensation. We had one last wave for single accreditation where we had to do some reclassifications. We'll fund our bonus program that I'll talk about in a minute, but also we're doing strategic investments in faculty and staff out of this comp pool. And if hiring managers are coming forward and saying they have an outstanding faculty member or staff and they're requesting increases to those particular individuals, that money is coming out of the compensation pool as well. I'm sorry?
Is this an annual number?
This is the current fiscal year's number. Yes. Other things that has happened since the last time that we met and talked is we completed, excuse me, I'm going to go back one slide. We completed the market review of our faculty, and we analyzed all of the functions for their increase history. So one of the data points that we had not previously had within human resources is how had everyone in finance, how had everyone in integrated marketing given raises to their employees across a long period of time. And that's really important information if you're going to start to go out and make a strategic argument about what you want to do on market analysis. So we now have created that dashboard and can provide that sort of information to leadership. We have additionally gone ahead and fleshed out our bonus criteria in this current year's cycle, and we're in the final stages of, we did a reclassification for student development, which was the last piece of single accreditation. So the next piece that I want to talk with you about is walking you through an actual market analysis, and we're going to do this for our faculty group. When we say the strategic goal for the wildly important goal, and we say we want to take people at or above market, people's eyes kind of glaze over because we're talking about a very technical area of compensation. So we're going to make this as common sense as possible today as we go through this. The thing that you have to understand when we're doing this is we always start with where are we currently on compensation. And it's actually fairly simple in terms of the starting point. In the current model, what we have right now, the minimum faculty pay grade salary for faculty is $48.12. We don't hire many faculty in at that amount of money, but that is the minimum pay grade for our faculty. Our current midpoint is at $51,804, but our average starting salary actually falls out around $47,308. That's a number that fluctuates over time, so all offers across the state as they're being made is going to change that number, and that's all 10 locations across the state is going to change that number. That's technical and academic faculty mixed in together. One of the things that is also important to understand is where are our faculty at an average base salary at 5 years. So they're at $54,620 currently right now at 5 years in. And that's the analysis of where did we stand right now before we go into comparing the 3 markets that are going to take us to a recommendation on where we should go with our faculty. So we shift in to the next slide in the analysis that we're going to do. We have 3 markets that we look at in comparing our faculty. And one of the things that you need to know about doing a market analysis, it's all about your comparable markets. The easiest way that I can break it down for people who don't spend a lot of time on this is when you think about buying a house and you get to the very end of buying your house. Your bank goes out and they get comps on other homes when you're closing out your mortgage process. Compensation is very similar to that. When we scan the market for comparable salaries, it's a lot like that transaction with your mortgage company when they have to go into the real estate market and get comps on the home that you're trying to buy in order to validate data that is actually out there in the real world. When we do salary analysis, we have markets that we are always comparing real-world data on in order to place our faculty and make sure that we are in the right zone. So one of the markets for us for faculty that matters is K through 12. And when we went in and looked at the K through 12 market, what we were able to see is that in the technical codes, and that's an important distinction, we compared technical faculty in the K through 12 market against our technical faculty. Their starting salary is at $44,218. When they get to a 5-year point, their 5-year average is at $46,840. And so that is one of the markets that we're going to be comparing against. We used 10 ISDs as our comparisons. They are 10 ISDs that we actually directly compete against, where we have schools and locations in those markets, not ones that we don't have locations that we're actually drawing faculty from. In community colleges, their starting salary right now is currently at $56,760, and their 5-year is at $59,993. The source count for us there in the markets that were most important, we used 6 in order to draw out our comparative sample. And again, we're comparing the most important technical areas in order to get our sample size. If we go to business and industry, the data looks different than it does in education. So starting salary is not as important because it's a completely different data source, but the mean wage or the 50th percentile does become important, and that's a wage of $59,864. We have 10 markets that we can go and compare ourselves to in order to look at things. What we're going to make a recommendation after we do an analysis point there is that we believe the new minimum salary for TSTC faculty needs to be taken to $45,600, and that the new market salary needs to be taken to $57,000. And that is the crux of this analysis that we have done today. For you at the Board of Regents level to know and understand what the next steps are, I met yesterday with the leadership team, and we had an initial discussion on the fiscal impacts of what it would mean to implement this particular recommendation. We will move through a discussion in the next several weeks of what potential implementation schedules would look like. We have a 5-year strategic plan, and depending on how we decide to implement this recommendation, it has different fiscal impacts for the college. But that is overall where our recommendation is at this point in time.
Benefits into the comparison?
Benefits are not a factor in coming up with the base salary. So this is just base pay.
So ultimately, how do you factor in benefits into the overall compensation then?
Yeah.
Are you going to at some point?
Yeah. Benefits are an additional supplemental compensation on top of base pay.
Right. So I guess my question is, if industry's benefit load is 28% and ours is 32 or whatever you said it was, there's a 4% differential. How do we factor that in to the wage, or are we factoring it in?
You don't necessarily do it in that particular way. The other thing that you would know, when you go deeper into industry, they're also including some things like overtime pay, generally speaking, in their mean wage, which we don't include our equivalent to that. So when you get into business and industry, how they do it compared to how education does it is very different. That's okay in some ways. You just have to accept in some of the data sources, it's not apple to apple unless you're talking about education to education where you have a fairly parallel environment. What we do is get as flat as we can on the base wage. We know we compete fairly well with business and industry on the benefits package at lower salaries. So where you see that $59,000 number, even though they may be higher, or in some cases in technical occupational areas, they're offering $80,000, we win some of those people over because our benefit package is better. And that's where we factor that in terms of the overall equation. But that's a fair question. Other questions just on this slide before I move on? The next question that's a great and fair question is, where are we on our staff? Our faculty is a relatively unified group. When we get over to staff, they are extremely diverse. We still have more than 267 staff titles, and when we go to do this market analysis for our staff, that's going to be a much more complex project. At this point in time, what we have done on staff is we've built our plan around strategic compensation. We've developed an analysis of compensation changes by all functions, so we're ready to target our next investments. We've identified a group of staff that have not seen any changes in their compensation since 2014. We're beginning conversations with their first-level supervisors and their functional areas about the reasons they have not seen any changes, and we're doing market analysis on certain titles that are important to the institution that we go look at first in order to tackle staff. One of the other things that we are working on is when we started the project ultimately to move towards strategic compensation, and we did the compensation study originally, we actually had more than 300 job titles across the state. But the job titles that we had not substantively meaningful information in them to do this kind of classification project. So my team has been working incredibly diligently with hiring managers and supervisors across the state to actually get us real-world job descriptions so that we can do this job classification project. It's not the most exciting thing in the world to talk about, but it now has allowed us to have a meaningful database that we can actually go do this classification project with out in the world and take it to market and begin to classify all of those staff. Much more is going to be unveiled about our staff later on in spring, early summer, and so for that group who is listening in and for the board, also just be aware that there's more to come on that. Another component of our plan within strategic compensation is rewarding our high performers. You've heard the Chancellor talk about this occasionally. You may remember that last year that we spoke about a bonus plan that was piloted. When we had the opportunity last year, thanks to the Chancellor, to pilot a bonus program, we knew that we were launching something that was a small test program, but that we didn't have a lot of teeth yet to what we were doing. This year, we have developed fairly sophisticated criteria in terms of what our supervisors will be able to put forward. It will go to all functional areas of the college, all levels of supervisors. There are much more sophisticated categories that supervisors will need to submit their employees for if they want to have consideration of those employees for a bonus. And they're going to have to be a lot more specific in terms of what they say about their employees in terms of providing their nomination for a bonus. But everyone from a custodian to a senior level executive is going to be invited and able to participate potentially in the bonus program this year. And we're excited about that opportunity. It's part of our goal that if you are a high performer in this company and you're aligned in supporting our strategic goals, then you should have the opportunity to participate in strategic compensation. On this particular slide, I'm just going to remind us a little bit of the history of our timeline and what we have done in the investments since 2013 on strategic compensation. What you can see here is that there has been progressive strategic investment by leadership and the management team in compensation. Depending on the finite resources that we had available to us, we were able to make different levels of investment. Some years we had great budget years and we were able to do the $2 million types of investment. Other years we didn't have as much money and we weren't able to make that same level of investment. For 2018, that's a year-to-date figure. We have not spent the overall $2 million plus that we have available to us, but we will be spending the amount that is ultimately available throughout the fiscal year. Now we're going to go to some exciting slides. In 2014, there was the beginning of a compensation study, and that is really the turning point for this company in terms of strategic investments that the college made in trying to change how we are paying our employees. And one of the things that you can see on the slide that is behind me right now is the delta that we had between 2014 and 2018 in overall pay. So if you'll look just at the difference between 2014 and 2018, and the arrow directs you there, you're looking at a 14% change. That's an impressive result in a relatively short period of time. You did not see a huge swing in the overall headcount of the employee base during that same period of time, but that reflects the investments that the college has made. What we're going to show you on this next slide is the separation between staff and administration and our faculty. It can be a little bit hard to take in some of the information, so I'm going to break down for you what's happening on the top row and the bottom row. So what you're looking at here is how our faculty benefited versus how our staff and administration benefited. We headed into single accreditation in 2014 with 971 staff and administrators. The top row is staff and administration, by the way, for anyone who may be having trouble reading it. In 2018, we are down to 929 administrators. So you see that drop and the decrease in administration that we talked about that would come about as part of single accreditation. What you can see is that there was, in that same period of time, an increase of 7% in compensation. The decrease in headcount is remarkable because we're opening 3 locations during the same period of time. So just common sense may have told you, as you opened 3 new locations, staff and administration would have gone up, but we actually were able to keep that number going down over this period of time. If you go to your bottom row here, in 2014, we had 520 faculty in our ranks. 2018, we have increased that number to 587 faculty. One of the promises that we made as we moved into single accreditation is we're going to be more about education and less about administration. I will tell you, as the head of human resources, increasing faculty by that number, and this is not academic faculty that we have made increases in, so adding that many technical faculty in that period of years is no small feat. That took strategic focus from our student learning partnerships, took strategic focus from our finance team. It took focus from our chancellor saying that we are going to be about education and not administration. What you also see is that the salary of the overall faculty in their base pay went up 22% in that period of time. So one of the things that we made note of back in 2014 is that our faculty base pay was too low, and we were not competing well in the market. So in what is a relatively short period of time for a state agency with primarily state resources and not a lot of other revenue inputs, we were able to improve that 22%. And that's a phenomenal result for any institution. On the final slide, this is all of our employees together. And what we want to show you here is that from that same period of time, 2014, the average base pay was at $42,030. It's now gone up to $46,587, an overall increase of 11%. So if you take staff, administration, and faculty together, you get an 11% increase in that same period of time. So even while I share with you, moving the dial on pay is a difficult thing to do, and certainly moving people's perception on their pay is even more difficult. When you look at the actual data, you can see where we are making progress. And that's important, I think, even for us to continue to talk to our employees about and show them the data behind the progress we're making. None of the slides that I'm showing include market differential pay, and for those of you who are not new members of the board, you'll know that we launched for 11 programs across the state a specific compensation program where we pay even more than base pay for our highest demand programs across the state, and none of that is reflected in this particular compensation package. For those of you who are new, we're going to share more information with you about that particular program. So all of that would be paid in addition to that. Just very briefly, what are some of the things that are milestones and where we're going? The biggest achievement, we had to get our philosophy in place, and we've done that. We had to get the tools, the actual physical tools, the data tools that we needed in order to move forward on the strategic compensation plan. We had to decide how are we going to evaluate ourselves and know if we are succeeding in strategic compensation. We've now been able to do that. We had to start to do the work on how are we going to go through identifying market salary, and we had to establish compensation incentives for high-performing employees when before we didn't have any specific metrics for what that was going to look like or a program for that. We mostly had people putting in bonuses for folks saying things like, Jane is a super nice person and is a high performer in my department. I'd like to give her a raise. And so now we've gone from that to very specific criteria. The next piece of where we are is that this system is entirely linked to the performance of employees. And so just a couple of weeks ago, we launched the performance review system online. That has been something that we have been working on for more than a year. And we are in the very early phases of we're in quarter one of having our company do all of their evaluations online. This will be a quarterly conversation that supervisors have with their employees. One of the modules that will actually be in a future quarter is going to be on compensation and how you have performance-based conversations as a supervisor with your employees about compensation, and that's coming down the pipeline. But what supervisors are going to be coached and trained to understand is that we are not going to be paying market-based pay for poor performers. So you have to be very clear as you move through your life as a supervisor that in order to be paying these higher rates, you also have to be demanding higher performance, because it's not about time and service. You're thinking more like a corporation and less like traditional higher education. A year ago, when we proposed the fundamental shift in how we pay our people, we knew that we were going to be talking about transforming the culture at TSTC. And you don't transform culture overnight. It's going to continue to be a transformation that takes a period of years to occur. But what we also knew is we believe this is the right way to take TSTC in order for us to compete in the future. If we want to be different than our competitors, if we want to be more competitive, if we want to be the Lexus in higher education, this is the kind of compensation system that we have to have. We also know that we have to be disciplined in messaging to our employees that the kind of changes in compensation that we are going to make cannot occur overnight. There are limited resources ultimately in every budgetary cycle, and while we might wish that we had the Powerball or that the legislature was just going to give us an appropriation that we'd never dreamed we were going to get, that's not the reality of state agencies or budget cycles. So there's always going to be some sort of finite resources. But what we want our employees to hear from us and from the management team is that we are committed to getting pay right in this company, and that whatever amount of time it takes and whatever amount of discipline it takes from us, that we are on a track in order to do this, and that we have heard their concerns, and we are going to have the focus to carry this one through. I appreciate the opportunity to lead this initiative for the college on something that is so important to our employees. I do want to thank members of my team, Ashley Sullivan and Angela Sill, who have done an enormous amount of work in getting us here and are here today and are in the back of the gallery, and thank them for their work. We now have 2 people who are exclusively devoted to compensation at the college for the first time in our history, and then I'll open myself up to any questions you may have.
Questions of Hannah?
Hannah, we talked, I think, I don't know if the last time or at some point, about publishing a total compensation statement for each employee. Is that in the works, or will it be in the works, or?
Yes.
That'll be out on an annual basis, or?
Yes, our plan is that it's going to be on an annual basis, and we actually had a data conversation about that just a couple of weeks ago about the publication of that.
Anna, thank you very much for a very thorough report. You did your normal great job. We appreciate it very much. Okay, I think we need about a 10-minute break.
Okay. All right.
How about that pen? We'll be back at 3:10.
think like every EDC before me, every EDC director before me has tried to fire them, right? And every time they've tried firing, it happens. You know, so the board hasn't been able to get rid of them. So you know, somebody will say, "Look, it's only like $50,000. This guy doesn't do much." It's $75,000. I got to pay for his insurance. I got to pay for all these things. Right. And when you say it that way, they're like, "Oh, yeah, that's a lot of money." So, not perception. No, well, that's just reason why government has that.
Mic test, mic test, 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 mic test, mic test. It's green right now. Mic test 2, mic test 2, yes.
That's fine. Go ahead and click the button because it's on right now.
Joe, I didn't mean to wake you up. Okay, it's 10 minutes after 3. I'm reconvening the meeting. The next item on the agenda is facilities, and Ellis said he didn't have anything. Ivan, a committee on audit. Do you have any other comment?
Nothing further beyond the report
Provided. The next committee is fiscal affairs. Keith Honey.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We had a committee meeting this morning. Myself, Regent Meade, Jonathan Hoekstra, and some of his staff had a good discussion, and there's a couple of pretty meaty issues, I think, that Jonathan wants to cover, and then we've got a series of reports as well by Jonathan and his staff. So I'll turn it over to Jonathan.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. I have placed, or Jennifer has placed in front of each of you, the annual financial report for TSTC. I wanted to share that with the regents, which we do every year. And we actually considered producing some discussion and analysis around them, but we were fortunate enough to have a couple outsiders do that for us. And I say that kiddingly. Moody's and S&P did surveillance calls with us over the last couple months. They have published their analysis and updated their ratings. And so I think they did a great job sort of summarizing where we are from an outside perspective. And so I thought that would be great information for y'all. Just an update, Moody's revised its rating. We were previously A1 with a negative outlook, and they have revised that to a stable outlook. S&P has done the same, and so we were very pleased with that. Essentially, when we're in a negative outlook situation, they're looking to see if there are changes that would cause them to change our rating. And so there were a number of factors that caused them to revise their outlook to stable. And so with the meatiness of this agenda, I'm going to just continue to move on unless there's any questions on the financial report. I'd be happy to field any questions between now and the next board meeting or follow up. The first action item is Minute Order 03-18C. It's a schedule of tuition and fees effective for the fall of 2018 semester. The Chancellor referred to this in his Chancellor comments related to TSTC and its approach to pricing. Our approach to pricing is one that has evolved over the years, and I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk to you about how we're going about addressing pricing, how the process for that has changed over time, and give you an update in terms of the specific proposal for this year. And so I've actually prepared a presentation to walk you through it briefly. So there are three types of things that are in the tuition and fee rate schedule. There's statutory tuition, designated tuition, and fees. And I wanted to just run through the definition of those real quick because I'm not sure everybody has seen that before. State tuition is also referred to as statutory tuition. It's defined in the education code. And for TSTC, we actually have our own little paragraph in the code that defines our minimum state tuition as $16 per semester credit hour, but then gives us the latitude to adjust it as the board sees fit. And historically, it's actually historically been much higher than the $16 semester credit hour. Last year, we made a change related to that, and I'll sort of get into why we did that here in just a minute. There's also a type of tuition that's called designated tuition. And so that's a more flexible tuition category, and the statute says the board determines what that is based on the needs of the organization. And so there has historically been two types of set-asides. One's called TPEG, that's assessed to statutory tuition, and one's just called set-aside related to designated tuition. That has changed. The set-aside for designated tuition dropped from 20% to 15% in recent years, and it has caused us to restructure the way that we do construct our tuition and pricing. And so I just want to explain that there's been some volatility in that the last couple of years, and it's been intentional because it has to do with how we finance certain things, how we it impacts our procurement process and such, and I just wanted to cover that. Lastly, there are fees that are in the schedule, and so fees there's mandatory fees that an institution can assess to students. And in that scenario, you assess it to all students. And you see these frequently across higher ed, and you typically see a laundry list of them. So every student will pay a library use fee and a parking fee, and it's just the invoice is just littered with all of those categories. And about 10, 15 years ago, we made an intentional move to go away from doing that and ensure that our designated tuition category really covered those items. And so we are really careful about what we put on that fee schedule. The things that you generally see on there are assessed to specific students for specific things, and there are things like course fees that are required in a particular course for every student in that particular course. But generally, we sort of guard that tuition and fee schedule very carefully because we don't want to drift back into that long list of different fees. You've seen this. The Chancellor showed you this. So we historically have been a very affordable option in consideration of pricing. And as he mentioned, affordability was the key perspective that we took in assessing what our tuition would be, what our pricing would be. And it was generally a finance-driven activity. So we would assess what's our funding like today, what's the competitor market in terms of what they're charging for tuition, and then we'd evaluate what do we need to do cost recovery. And that's how we historically arrived at our tuition. It was very much finance-driven, maybe a little bit of discussion across the functional tables, but generally it was pretty much finance-driven, and it was largely across the board. I mean, at one point we had vocational, technical, and then academic, but it really didn't consider that we have different programs that are different value propositions with different target markets. And so in the last few years, as we introduced the concepts of integrated marketing, we began to evolve that concept. And so, and the integrated marketing perspective had us look at some things like what's the value proposition of the different categories, what's the target market perceived value, what's their elasticity, what are our capacities, and we've allowed that to inform us further. And so this is what the process has taken on in the last few years. We've had a partnership between instruction, marketing, and finance, and those three functions at a high level have come together and look at what's employer demand, what are the wages, what's the perceived value of that program, what are the capacities, what's the student demand, and we still take into consideration margin and cost recovery, all of that, but we have multiple perspectives looking at this in a much more broad way. Chancellor Reeser talked about some metaphors for pricing in our future. And I've got an example from if you scheduled a flight. He talked about how nobody on the flight is paying the same flight, and there's a couple things going on. Not all the seats are created equal. I mean, you're not going to pay the same for a first class seat or in the back, right? There's things like there's four left. Well, as the capacity changes, the price changes. That's not different than how we operate. Our classes close up. We have some locations that we have long waiting lists, and we have to, turn students away. And in other locations, same program, we have available seats, and so that's a consideration for us. And so you see its impact on pricing across the different product lines that they have. We're beginning to address this at TSDC. A couple years ago, to begin incorporating this, we created a couple different tiers of tuition. We actually identified programs that were candidates for these different tiers. And we've seen some movement over the last few years of programs that went up into tier 1, and some that moved up and then back down into tier 2. And so that was our first implementation of this. And so when we look at it, when our student looks at it, they're really not, they don't have a preference over state tuition, designated tuition. That's really a back office thing and has to do with how we fund the institution. And so really as we focus on pricing and as the consumer sees it, we're focused on that far right. There's the total tuition category. Just wanted to add that bit of transparency. As you look at the rate schedule, this is kind of how we're going about doing it. So in this most recent year, this fall, as we've begun to do this strategic plan and we began to engage with instruction in developing their business plans and their targets, we've begun to introduce the concept of you're operating a franchise, and we want you to feel ownership over that franchise. Like any franchise, your franchisor is going to dictate a few things, like you're going to put the McDonald's arches in the front of the restaurant. But if you're in the mall, you're not going to have a drive-through. That we understand that there's local things that you're going to want to address. There's just some standards that you'll have to stay within. But as we've had this conversation, and it's been an engaging conversation with them, we've invited them into the conversation about what you ought to do in terms of pricing. They have an incredible knowledge of their target market, the students that they recruit and bring in. They have conversations as they advise them into their different classes. So they have a close familiarity with their target market. They know their competitors. And so we have things like, and so we begin having conversations about what are some strategies you might deploy related to the different products that you offer. We've got a culinary program, and it's got products in 4 different markets. And there's some real distinct characteristics of those different products. And so as we have that conversation about how do you want to approach pricing in those different markets, you got to consider what's the value proposition of that unique offering. And then I mentioned, the program leader of culinary has a intense familiarity with the competition and how closely our product aligns with some of the competition. So in some cases, we're very close to very high-end products like Escoffier School of Culinary, right? But in some cases, there's a culinary offering at a community college, and those products, he's looked at those products, he knows there are significant differences in the experience that the students gonna go through as they come here. That ought to inform pricing, and it really is beginning this year. So we're very excited about this next stage in terms of their ownership of the value proposition that we're putting forward. And so what we see from last year to this year is a shift from 3 tiers of tuition to 5 tiers of tuition. And so the range in pricing is from $144 to $188 this year to $144 to $269 in the next year. That's not exactly apples to apples. Not every program that was a Tier 1 program last year will be a Tier 1 program this year. And so this is kind of what that looks like. We've got 12 Tier 1 programs this fiscal year. Only one of those is actually shifting into the new Tier 1 program. It's an innovation that faculty driven. Pretty excited about that. And so what that looks like, it's when you look at the rate table, it's a 43% increase in their tuition rate, but they don't just take those program courses during a semester. So it's actually a mix of tiers that they're paying for. So they're actually seeing a semester to semester cost of about 34% in that unique situation, which is about a $756 increase. Okay, I think that helps to see it on that basis. So we've got 7 programs that are moving from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and that's going to be about a 15% rate increase and about a 13% increase in overall cost for that semester. An example of that movement from Tier 1 to Tier 2 is instrumentation technology. So their students will see an increase in tuition rate from 188 to 216, which is about 15% increase, and it's about 13% on the whole semester. We had 81 tier, and I should say tier 2 programs, I apologize. 81 Tier 2 programs in fiscal 18. This is what happened to them during the course of this year. You'll see that last row, the programs that moved from Tier 2 to Tier 4 is the vast majority of our programs. And so they're experiencing a tuition rate increase of about 5.4% across the board. It's 73 programs. It's about 78% of all of our programs. I think it's helpful to see it in that perspective. The Tier 2 to Tier 2, this is an example of that, surgical tech. So they're actually seeing a 30% increase over the next year. Again, this was the faculty making this proposal. And so that'll account for about a $477 increase from semester to semester. And then the last tier, Tier 3, which is becoming Tier 5 in the new rate table, is really our dual credit pricing. And currently we have no dual credit students paying the $144 rate that's on the schedule, because we have a waiver that allows us to waive tuition based on the MOU between us and the school district. That's important. Currently, we waive tuition down from the $144 per semester credit hour rate to $33 because we're trying to keep a 3-hour course at about $100 a class. That's been more accepted with some of our partners than others, but it's been a pretty significant move for us. I mentioned in our committee meeting this morning, working with school districts, it takes a lot of time. Making changes, it takes a lot of time for them to incorporate those, to work with their board, and so this next year we won't see a change in terms of what our price proposal is for them, so that we really have a stable environment with them for this next year. We've really seen a need for that. But the integration of the waiver with our MOU document, our Memorandum of Understanding, I think is critical, because I think we'll have some opportunities to innovate in the future as we talk about it. Well, the high school is going to deliver the instruction. That's going to be a different price point than if TSTC is going to deliver that. Those are different cost models, and we would want the price to vary, and the current structure of that allows for us to go ahead and make that move if we need to. And that's the tuition proposal, my presentation. The actual minute order has the rate table, and I'd be happy to field any questions. I think the document illustrates what was presented here. I think it varies based on the institution. I think some they work on, many months, and I'm not real familiar with that. I've never done that. Kyle Smith is our lead over dual credit statewide. So the schedule for tuition fees is on page 51 or 50 through 54. And if there's not any questions, I'll go ahead and introduce our next presentation. I've actually taken our 6th report, and I'd like to combine it with our second action item. Our second action item is Minute Order 04-18C, and it asks the board to approve the expanded concept to renovate student housing at TSTC in Waco. In May of last year, we sought approval from the Board of Regents to conduct a marketability and financial feasibility study on our housing in Waco. We launched that process last summer. We conducted a request for proposals from different consultants to propose on that, and we actually had a couple members of the board participate in the vetting of the different consultants. And we've continued to do work on that financial feasibility marketability study this fall. And we do have an expanded concept. We've invited the consultants to come present to the board the study that they've done. And so at this point, I'm going to invite Carrie Rollman and Paige to come present on their findings, and then we can take any questions at the end on the specific minute order.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. We're really excited to be here today. This has been a fun process that we started throughout the fall, and we've really enjoyed the process of collaborating and partnering with TSTC and your leadership. So we're really excited for this presentation and discussion today. Before we get into it, we'll give you a quick overview of who we are. Brailsford and Dunleavy has been around for about 25 years. Our team, Paige and I and the rest of our team, is exclusively focused on higher education clients. So all of our work is with higher education. And our primary focus is really in student housing and on-campus housing. We have some experience, a decent amount of experience with two-year institutions and some other technical type of colleges. But the thing that we've realized throughout the past couple of years and what we've learned is that every institution is unique. And that has certainly been the case here with TSTC. So it's been a lot of fun to get to know you, your campus, the things that make you unique, and the really exciting things that you have going on here. So I'll get right into it. There's two really big categories that we focused on that came out of this process. The first one is that TSTC must enhance its housing system. You heard a little bit about this from the Chancellor earlier on this morning, but there are really four key things that are driving this conclusion. The first one is that student success is critical here. Your program is unique. Graduating students quickly and successfully is critical to your mission and really to the success of your institution. And we know that on-campus housing supports student success. So housing is critical not only for your campus, but for the student success and really the success of you as an institution. We also found that you are not currently able to accommodate all of the demand you have from your students. Your current assets do not have sufficient capacity for the demand from your students. And in addition to that, the configuration of your current assets are not in line with what your students are looking for to drive student success and to really be a successful part of your campus. The third one, and this is what the Chancellor touched on today, is that there are a number of deficiencies within your existing housing system. There is significant deferred maintenance to the point that your housing system has not been able to perform at the level it should be able to perform, and that will continue to progress over the next couple of years. The next one, we've talked a lot about pricing today. One of the things that we're really conscious about through this process is that affordability is really important to your students, and we want to be responsible in terms of rental rates. But in order to improve your housing system, there will need to be rental rate increases. So as part of this plan, we looked at how do we increase rental rates in a way that provides the investment that you need to support your system, while also being responsible to the affordability and the sensitivity that your students have to rental rates and to price points and to costs of education. So with that in mind, that really became our filter for our ultimate recommendation for the plan. And that is that we believe that your existing assets can be repositioned to maximize the value of your investment in those assets. And we'll get into this in a little bit. The first key finding is that we think that you should create residential neighborhoods. We'll talk a lot about Brazos today. That is the large single-family home community. Right now, students and staff and visitors are living scattered. So one of the key findings here is to really create some neighborhoods within Brazos and create a better sense of community for your students. The next one is you simply need to invest in those facilities. They have grown deferred maintenance. There are a lot of infrastructure needs, and they simply need an investment in them. And that I'd hit just in that one. There is an infrastructure need within that community. You heard a little bit about that from Ray earlier today on the water needs of the campus. So there is an infrastructure component to that as well. Before we jump into this plan, I'm going to turn it over to Paige to hit on this first topic, and then we'll run through the actual plan itself.
Thanks, Carrie. So as Carrie mentioned, housing provides a value proposition to its students and TSTC community. Students are satisfied living on campus. Over 82% reported that they're satisfied. But if we wanted to break this down a little bit further into each of the TSTC communities, Red River, which are the TSTC apartments on campus, 91%. Recently, there's been an investment in the properties to improve its condition. Village Oaks, the partnership property, is also various studio, 2-bedroom, 4-bedroom property that has the second highest satisfaction. Where we see it starting to drop off is in the Brazos community, where we believe that the scattered community of different students, employees, and visitors, the condition and the distance from campus starts to feed into how satisfaction starts to drop. And then in Lavaca Hall, the traditional dorm style that you see more central to campus has the lowest satisfaction rating, and we believe this has a lot to do with its housing or the condition deficiencies and deferred maintenance that's contributed to the lack of satisfaction. But overall, the availability of housing truly influences the student's decision to attend TSTC. And this is, you can go to the next slide. And this is accentuated by the greater demand for housing units than TSTC is able to provide. So I'm going to walk you through this table quickly. We tested demand for different housing configurations across the TSTC student community and employee community. You see that we tested traditional units, so that's like what you would see in Lavaca Hall, apartment units like Red River and Village Oaks, and then single-family homes like what you see in Brazos. We then overlaid that demand with TSTC's existing supply, and we found that there's an imbalance between traditional units and most significantly apartment units. And we believe the reason why that there's a demonstrated oversupply of the Brazos units is that there's, go to the next slide, that the Brazos condition is detrimental to the success of TSTC housing. Currently there's 750 units, about 30% of these units are completely offline and unable to be rented out to students. And then a majority of those units are below conditions that would be consistent with the quality housing units. On average, Brazos rental rates per person are about $325 per month, compared to an off-campus average that is $717 per month. So if we go, next slide. Like Carrie mentioned, rates need to increase in order to make a change within the campus housing. Currently, your rates are really low, and we wanted to be sensitive to suggesting an increase, so we tested the demand on higher rates in order to determine if demand was comparable for higher rates. So we believe that there's a responsible way of increasing rates, but also still being an affordable option and not a loss leader. So in summary, TSTC must enhance its housing system. It's critical to the student's success. There's an existing asset with your on-campus housing units, and increasing rates in order to provide room for improvements will allow you to make those changes.
So before we get into the actual plan and the creation of neighborhoods, we wanted to just give you a bird's eye view orientation of your campus. And this was something that when we looked at this way, some of the recommendations became really obvious for us. What you have here in the orange, those orange bubbles, are your student life components. So that's your recreation center, your dining facilities, your library, those really student life core. Those dark blue circles up there, those are your traditional style units, Lavaca Hall, as well as your apartment units, Red River and Village Oaks. And as you saw from what Paige outlined earlier, those are the types of units right now that you have a lot of demand for. This big bubble here is all your Brazos community. So you can see how scattered that is. It's a massive amount of space that it's taking over. As we talk about neighborhoods, we wanted to understand how can we use that campus context and how your campus is currently set up to really support what we're trying to accomplish here. So what we're looking at is, you'll recall before this dark blue circle up at the top, that used to be part of Brazos. We are now looking at that and saying, what if we actually expand our single student neighborhood and your more traditional style, apartment style units, and make that its own neighborhood. Instead of that circle up there being part of Brazos, let's create that as part of your single student, more traditional student neighborhood. Along with that, we said, well, you have a variety of different demographics of students who are living on campus. You have students with families, you have employees who are living here, staff who are living here, And you're also attracting non-TSTC residents, visiting professionals, others who are coming to campus and want to live here. So let's also look at how do we create neighborhoods within Brazos for the students and residents that want single-family homes. We section this off. It's closest to your student life amenities. It's closest to your academic core. So this really starts to feel like a good spot for these students. And the employees and non-TSTC residents, we want to make sure that we push those further to the perimeter of campus. They don't need to be directly adjacent to your campus core or to your academic facilities. They probably want the most access to the rest of Waco. So it started to lay out pretty naturally. As we looked at this single student neighborhood, we'll now look at each of these neighborhoods as their own redevelopment projects. We looked at what if we simply tear this down and rebuild, or what if we renovate? And what we started to find is that if we tear this down and rebuild, that is a massive cost. It's the cost of demolishing all of those units, the cost of completely building new. So we really started to focus on how can we reinvest in an existing asset that you already have and provide the type of return you're looking for and the experience that your students are looking for. So what we are proposing for this first neighborhood, the single student neighborhood, is a complete renovation of all of the residential facilities, an investment in amenities. So those are amenities, things like landscaping, sidewalks, make it more of a community within itself, as well as an investment in some sort of support type of spaces, whether it's a little clubhouse where students can come and have activities and study, where programming can happen. So really focusing on making this a single student neighborhood. The other key change that we're recommending here is that consistent with the rest of your single student properties with your apartment units, you transition this to a lease from the unit to a lease by the bedroom. And that becomes more consistent with the way that your single student residents and your more traditional students are looking for housing. We believe that's one of the big gaps between the supply and demand imbalance, that students are looking for more of that high density community environment, and by making this transition, providing them more amenities, providing more programming in this area, really consolidating the students into one neighborhood, you can provide that type of an environment within your existing asset. What you'll see here is that we wanted to look at how does this perform financially. It's clearly a large investment in order to renovate all of these homes. We know that your existing conditions will require demolition of your facilities over time. So that will require an investment one way or another, as the Chancellor mentioned earlier this morning. So we wanted to look at what is the status quo. So that's operate as you're currently operating, continue to, for lack of better words, put lipstick on the pig, and demolish as you have to demolish. What that results in is a lot of capital investment without bringing any of the additional revenues back in. You can't increase your rental rates because you have a quality that you can't charge an increased rental rate for. And so you can see on this left-hand side, all of these red numbers, this neighborhood will continue to really financially perform pretty poorly. On the flip side, we believe that with an investment in this neighborhood and with additional funds going into this neighborhood, you can increase your rental rates. The flip from leases per unit to leases per bed allows for additional revenue to come into this neighborhood, and it has a pretty substantial return on investment in this neighborhood. The thing to point out here is that this, while this looks really great, this is critical to support the rest of the neighborhoods. The rest of the neighborhoods will not perform like this, as you'll see in just a moment. So as we look at this second neighborhood, this is our Students with Families neighborhood. This maintains your leases by the unit, so one family would lease a unit. You can't charge by the bedroom, so your revenues are not able to be as substantial as they are in the first neighborhood. And so what you see here is that this performance over time, while it's negative in the first few years, it eventually becomes positive, but compared to your status quo, where you're not able to increase the revenues quite as much and you have to continue to demolish those units, it's still performing substantially better than what your status quo would be. When we get to this third neighborhood, This is the neighborhood with the majority of the unrenovated and offline units. Right now, you have a significant number of offline units simply because of deferred maintenance that you cannot inhabit. You cannot have people living in them, and so this requires the most significant investment. As you can see here, again, leases per unit. We're not leasing per bed in this neighborhood, and you can see the difference between the cash flow. In the first few years, this is actually performing a little bit worse than your status quo, but we do believe that eventually it will catch up with it, and with the first two neighborhoods occurring first, your system as a whole will still be able to perform financially. So as a whole, as we talked about that first neighborhood, the Scott Circle single-family home neighborhood, that performs fairly well, and that is then able to support the reinvestment in your single-student neighborhood and in your student with family neighborhood and your faculty, staff, non-TSTC neighborhood. So what it results in is an improved asset for your campus, an improved brand. You have an asset that's currently sitting there that's really dilapidated. It's right on the perimeter of your campus. So it's improving really the entrance into your campus. And it's also clearly performing improving the financial performance of that asset. You're going from something that is not, that's a loss leader to something that we do believe you can have a return on that investment, as well as simply improving the campus community, improving student success, improving student satisfaction. So really excited about this plan here. The thing I guess I forgot to note when we were going through this is we are looking at this, we're calling it optional water and sewer infrastructure project. We did not include this in our original budgets. This was something that we started to talk about a little bit later. We believe that this is something that you should really consider as part of this project. If you're going to do this work and you need to do this work, you can take advantage of really doing this all at once. And so it's something that over the next couple of weeks and months we really want to look into, but we think that it should be a strong consideration to be incorporated into this project in some form. So with that said, from here, what we're looking at is really taking this plan and taking two parallel paths. This first path over the next few months is program development. So you saw some high-level concepts of what we're looking at for each of these projects, but really working with the staff and the leadership, and we've already started to go through this process of truly defining the program, what amenities are we offering, what level of renovation are we providing within each of these units, what are the standards, and ultimately informing a project budget. What you saw on these slides was a high-level assumption, some placeholders, but really making sure that we understand all of the variables that go into the program itself in order to inform budget. At the same time, we are also looking at the delivery and ownership strategy for this project. There are a variety of ways to deliver this project. As some of you may have heard, there's really falls into three buckets. Self-developed, so that's your traditional, we will go out, we'll borrow the money, and we'll hire a contractor and do this ourselves. There are two really kind of buckets of public-private partnerships, so looking at a 501c3 foundation, that is looking at having a 501c3 come in, whether it's your TSTC foundation or a national foundation, looking at using them as the owner to deliver this project and hiring a developer, or going all the way to the edge of the spectrum into an equity partnership with a private developer bringing their own funds to the project. There is a lot of ways in between those three options and a lot of variation, and they can really be customized for your condition, and that's something that we're working through. We've started the conversations about, and we'll continue to have those conversations about what is your risk profile and how does that really translate into the delivery and ownership of this project. At the same time, part of this process includes a rental rate strategy. Paige talked a little bit about rental rates and what increases to rental rates look like, but really confirming what is that rental rate strategy, how do the operations work? This is a major change to the way that you currently operate, and so we need to be really conscious and responsible about how this is managed operationally, and that we have the right funds in place, the right staffing in place, and it's really set up to be a successful program within these changes. Ultimately, those two things will feed into one project recommendation that we will come back to this group in May at the May board meeting, looking for approval to move forward at that point in time. We will have both a project definition of what the project specifically is, as well as a recommendation on the actual delivery model and ownership model. Any questions?
So the actual minute order is an expansion of the concept. We felt like that was prudent because of the change in scope from the original proposed concept, and we'll bring back a project for the board's approval at the May meeting, and that might be a partnership type arrangement. It might be a construction project. It's kind of an array of options that might be available. And so just at this point in time, we would like to proceed with continuing the study because we do believe that the concept is sufficient to be one that has merit. Any additional questions?
Presentation show a cost of $32 million.
47 million.
You can say up there.
Yes, I think there was probably a phase of it that was 32 million, but that is likely. Both of those numbers are likely to change as they really dive into the conditions that they assess and really do further due diligence of what the project would be. That number could move in a couple different directions.
Any questions on the housing section?
There are several reports in the package starting on page 60. These are all our customary reports. Our budget to expenditure information is on page 60 and 61. No big revelations there. We're operating within our planned expenditures this year. There have been a couple of budget changes that are illustrated on page 62. You actually see that we've compressed the budget in a couple categories. That's where you see the red bars. We've actually made budget adjustments to make the budget in those funds a bit smaller. But overall, we feel like we are on track in terms of the budget that we presented to the board back in August. We forecast revenues to be relatively close to what we targeted at the beginning of the fiscal year. Might be a tad short, but we also believe expenditures will be short so that we will have a balanced budget or a balanced financial performance at the end of the year. On page 63 is our quarterly report on FTEs. As a reminder, the legislature caps the number of FTEs that are funded with appropriations dollars, and this chart illustrates how well we're doing within that cap, and we actually show how we do on a statewide basis, and we do that because we do have the liberty to make transfers across the different bill patterns or campuses that you see on page 63. Page 64 is a report associated with our compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act. We're required to sufficiently collateralize all of our investments, and there are no reportable conditions for this particular period. The period ended 9/30/2017. And then our investment report is on page 65 through 67, and it details the performance of our investments over that quarter. And on page 67, our weighted average rate of interest was right at about 1%, which is actually quite an improvement over where it was about a year ago. And do anticipate interest rates to probably continue to rise in the years to come. The last report we have, I'm going to introduce Belle Whedon. She is our Associate Vice Chancellor for Business Analytics and Reporting, and she'll be responding to a charge we had from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to show our regents some of the highlights that they have on their website. So she's going to provide some information related to the 60x30 strategic plan and the almanac that they produced, and she's going to give you kind of a look at what we've done in terms of do some comparative information with that information, which we will make available to you after the meeting. So handing it over to Belle.
Good afternoon. All right, so today we're going to talk about data, but it will be not as in-depth as the data that you see from the Almanac. It's about 94 pages of an annual publication that they have. So we did a little bit different spin on it and wanted to provide some more perspective to what they make available. So we're going to talk about how the CoBoard, that's how we refer to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, how they're able to provide that objective perspective, what the data is showing as it relates to our performance, and then actions that we're taking that correlate to their strategic plan. So this is just a real quick chart on how the CoBoard is able to get their data. We submit certified reports, as do other colleges in the state of Texas. They join it to a bunch of other databases to create these data points. Then they take those data points and they provide platforms, which we're going to look at today. We're going to look at the accountability website, the 60x30 website, and then the Almanac in a little bit different version than what you see here. Okay, so the accountability and 60x30 websites, this is a platform where they present, the CoBoard presents scorecard type data for public colleges. Number of graduates, graduate rate, enrollment figures. It's interactive, so you can download data, you can play with it all day long if you like. It is presented in the format of the strategic plan, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And it displays specific data to the institution, but it doesn't provide a great platform to make peer comparisons. So how do we perform compared to other colleges in the state of Texas side by side? So let's take a look at it really quick. Okay, so this is the accountability website. These links here are filters just for if you go to it. And we're not going to go through every step of this. I'm sure y'all are disappointed by that. But I did want to kind of just show you, these are the goals that the CoBoard has kicked off in their strategic plan called 60x30. So they want to try to make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so goal number 1, they want to increase the percent of Texans that have a certificate or degree. The goal is 60%. The state of Texas is currently at 40%, just to give you an idea of what that change will be. They also want to make sure that at least 550,000 students obtain a degree in the state of Texas. Right now, that number is about 275, to give you an idea of what that variance is. And in doing so, they want them to not only get a degree, but they want them to have identified marketable skills. Please translation, they want them to be able to get a job. And in doing so, they want to make sure that the student loan debt that they accrue doesn't exceed 60% of their first year wages. So they want them to get more degrees. They want the students to be able to get a job, and then they want to make sure that in doing that, they get decent enough wages to be able to afford their education. Okay, so you can actually drill in. I'm happy to walk any of you through that at a later point, but I won't go into it right now. Okay, this is the other website, 60 by 30. Same exact data points, just arranged a little bit different way. The one thing I'll show you here is Goal 3, Marketable Skills, and I do like to brag on us, so I will look really quick. You can only look one institution at a time. Since we're in Waco, we'll look at Waco. And I just really want to point out this awesome data point that this is the goal for marketable skills, and this is our performance. So we don't have to wait till 2030. We've already gotten that figure. We've already exceeded it. And if you want to brag about that, you're able to download a PDF document so that you can do that. I won't show you what it looks like, just in case y'all wanted to brag about TSTC like we do. Okay, so those are the two websites. Let's go back. Okay, the Almanac. Like I said earlier, 94 pages. I'm sure at times it has been bigger, a little bit smaller. Institutional data points. All of this is the exact same data, just arranged differently. It does provide some summary information that's really good to see, just high level. It talks about how Texas performs alongside the other states in the United States, and why they want to work on these goals. It's a great source for quick figures. So you have any kind of event, it's perfect. You can see enrollment for Harlan, for any of our campuses, just quick data points if you want to grab those. Again, it allows for institution-specific data, but not peer comparison. So you can't, unless you print it out and lay it side by side, you can't see that variance. So this is just really quick. This is where you go to get that, and we will send you those links. Loading, please stand by. Okay, so I'm just going to show you really quick. It has a bunch of definitions, as most of these do. These are the statewide rankings that you see, and then you have more information on the strategic plan. And we won't go over every single one, but that's what it looks like. And then if you go in a little bit more detail, we will look for Texas for ourselves here. Okay, so this is what our page looks like. So you can see it's just quick, easy figures to get. So great to grab in a pinch. But one of the things that we ask whenever we see this is, these are great. We see our numbers. Somebody else has verified them. They're externally sourced. Is that good, or is that, how are we doing on our performance? So we start asking ourselves these questions. And so because we couldn't see that easily, we decided to take a little bit different take on the Almanac. So this is an interactive. This is online, and you will be provided the link. But this is just another way to view the same exact data. Okay, so this is just an overview. Really quick, the blue dots are TSTC, gold dots is everyone else. Okay, so this just kind of shows you student characteristics. It's not, negative or positive performance. It's just the way that, that every school is different. So you can see percent of students enrolled in technical programs. You can see there's a bunch of blue dots near the top of that range, and that's because we provide a significant higher percent of technical program offerings than other schools in the state of Texas. And of course, conversely, it's the opposite for academic programs. Whenever you have this link, if you go to this link, you're able to hover over each of these bits of information to get more detail. We have more full-time students than most of our peers. And we do have, in some areas, a large percentage of Pell Grant recipients. Dual credit as a percent of fall enrollment. You heard the Chancellor earlier talk about our concentration or where we were as far as dual credit enrollment. And you can see that we are pretty much near the lower end. There are some campuses that are kind of middle of the road there as far as dual credit enrollment as a percent of total. And we do have a lower percent of transfer students. Okay, this is one where in each of these measures, sometimes you want a lower number and sometimes you want a higher number. And in the average number of years for students to obtain a degree, you definitely want that to be a lower number. And we do, all but one of our campuses is below the average of Texas two-year colleges in the number of years to take a degree. So if you have this almanac, you can actually, there are definition pages that you can print out and have beside you and look that up. Or if you like to use this website, you can just hover over it and get that explanation. Okay, we also, when we look at the graduation rate of students that graduate within 3 years, 3 of our campuses are within the top 10 of public two-year colleges with our 3-year graduation rate.
Does it have a graph that shows the number of students that graduate that have jobs?
Actually, they do. It's right here on the top right of the second page. And we can dig deeper if you like. Okay, so again, this is the 3-year graduation rate. We have kind of broken it out between what the CoBoard refers to as peer groups, okay, small, large. Our peer group is the Lamar State Colleges and Texas State Technical Colleges. We're the only 2 systems in that group. Okay, even in the 6-year graduation rate, we still rank, of course, we want these to be higher, so we still rank high there. Percent employed, do you see the top dot there for percent employed? That is TSTC. And so we do have, and you saw in the graph earlier, we've already surpassed the goal, and we are the leaders in percent of students employed from technical programs. Okay, we have to be honest with ourselves whenever looking at data, whenever we're looking at figures such as this, and we want to make sure that if there are opportunities to improve, we start asking questions about that and how can we get better. And 2 of those opportunities are in the student debt. So we always want to have student debt. We want it to be aligned, of course, with the wages. We want to make sure they can afford that. So, of course, we saw that our wages have been increasing, and we expect to keep working on that with the strategic plan. So we do have some campuses that are in the higher range. Of course, with Waco, we have more housing here than other campuses, but those are some opportunities. 2 of our campuses are above the statewide average, and 2 of them are below the statewide average. So that's an opportunity for us. Okay, and then this last measure on this view is percent of dual credit students who persist to the 2nd year. So that is something, of course, we have a lower concentration, but we do want to make sure that they are found. The CoBoard actually looks for them anywhere in the state of Texas to see if they enrolled at a university or other college. And so that is something that we'll be looking into as well, because we do have a lower performance in this measure. We saw earlier, we saw this page that had this bullet point. And so what we thought would be helpful is if you were wondering about a college or were having conversations with about another college, you were able to easily obtain the exact same view that you see here. So we actually recreated this. Formatting is not perfect. I apologize, but we'll be improving that. And you can actually grab whichever college you're looking for. Anybody have any questions about this view?
I'll just make a couple comments. The information, the comparative information that you've been seeing is not on the coordinating board's website. That's our team has made a dashboard so that the board can interact with the information for informational purposes and see some of those comparatives. There is a danger with using some of this information. This information is filtered and has rules around it for the coordinating board purposes. And sometimes those are not relevant to how we operate our business. And so often we'll develop reports that are operational and more meaningful for how we run our business. When we do that, on the back end, we're doing a reconciliation to what the coordinating board is reporting. I would encourage you, if you're doing a presentation or going out to the community, I'd give Bell a call because I think that it is dangerous to run to the almanac and pull a figure out of there, and it might differ from maybe what we're telling you in here, and that's really what's happening. There are things like courses that fall outside of the census date during a semester. Well, if it falls on the 13th, if it starts on the 13th class day of a fall semester, the coordinating board is not going to count that as a number until the next year. Well, for our revenue purposes and to see how well we're doing, we want to count that in the fall. And when we have some rules that we've created to really make information meaningful and to make good decisions here, and so we've made that decision. But I would just say, if you're good, we're happy to provide visualization or a look to support you in telling our story. The other thing is, all of that interaction is really the new way we're interacting with business leaders at TSTC. It's interactive. You filter, you touch on it, you hover over it, and you get different looks in it. You interact with the data. I thought that was helpful for y'all to see because we're moving away from two-dimensional PDF charts. There's just a better way to get insights out of the organization, and so that's why we had Bill sort of drive the presentation and show you what she does. So her team has done an enormous amount of work in pulling this together and really building a business analytics capacity over the last 15 or so months. So really proud of what they've pulled off.
Yeah, I would definitely encourage, if you want to use any of these data, we're happy to just, review it just really quick to make sure it's telling the right story. It's really easy with interactive data and data that's out there to tell the wrong story just accidentally, or maybe to not tell it as well as it could be told. And the team has been creating quite a bit of items, of charts, and of stories, and so there might be more that we have available to help you with. So lastly, just kind of a recap of how we're doing according to the 60 by 30 goals. So I wanted to show real quick on number of awards or degrees that our students obtain. So we have been trending up over the past 5 years. We have increased by 30%, okay, in our degrees. We have, it does break down the awards or the goal by age group, so I thought it would be helpful for y'all to see what percentage of our graduate population is in that 25 to 34 age group, and it's about a quarter. And this is how each of those age groups have done. Of course, we want to keep increasing graduates with degrees regardless, but that's just the concentration. Okay, 80% of graduates, that's goal number 3, will have identified marketable skills. So this is our trend of graduates is the total length of the bar, and then this is the percent of graduates working or enrolled. That's the way that they identify marketable skills. And so we have been increasing, not only have we been increasing the percent of the total, but we have also been increasing the actual count of graduates found working. And just so you can see the breakdown to make sure, to see the differentiation between the ones that have a job and the ones that continue to school, to another school, it's a 12% increase over the last 3 years in graduates found working. The last goal in 60 by 30 is that undergraduate student loan debt will not exceed 60% of first-year wages. This is, again, directly from the CoBoard's data, and you can see that the goal was 60%. We are at 44%. Of course, one of the major drivers of this figure is student wages. So that plays a huge factor in this measure. So you can see that universities, higher ed universities, are well above that. Okay, and just really quick, this is how, these are our WIGs. Y'all have heard about our WIGs and how each of our WIGs, as far as when we drill down into them, are already working towards each and every one of the CoBoard 60 by 30 strategic plan goals. Any questions?
Keith, anything else?
That concludes our report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
For you new members, Belle works in the finance department, and she heads up a team that does all the work and makes Jonathan look good.
It's true.
Okay, at this time, the committee chairs can move any item from the consent agenda to the new business items. Anybody desire to do that? Hearing none, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion carries. Any unfinished business? Any new business? Okay, we're down to the public comments. For the public, procedure for public comments, board meetings are governed by the Texas statute and the bylaws of the State Board of Regents of Texas State Technical College. Section 551.042 of the Texas Open Meetings Act restricts the TSTC Board of Regents from dialogue in response to any public comments. I would ask, are there any public comments? Anybody dare? Okay. Hearing none. We need to go into a closed meeting for a little while. And the rules on that are, the meetings of the TSTC Board of Regents held in the Texas County Meeting Conference Center on this date. It's been properly posted in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code for a specific purpose of providing Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 for recess into an open meeting, from the open meeting to a closed meeting. At this time, the board will move to the Austin room, and I would just ask that the audience remain seated or stay in this room or whatever. And we shall be back shortly. closed meeting was adjourned, and the board will now reconvene the open meeting at 4:47, 4:43. Yeah, they all left. There was no action taken at the, no vote taken. We do need a vote to make an adjustment to Jason's salary. I need a motion for the 3%.
So moved.
Okay, motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to adjust Joe's salary by 3%. All in favor? Indicate aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nothing. Motion approved. The next meeting is going to be at Fort Bend in May. Looking forward to it. We're all going to meet at Joe's.
His house? Joe didn't hear that.
Bedrooms you got, Joe?
Any further comments from Chester?
Well, since some of you, wanted me to clarify on some of my remarks, I wondered if you'd like me to do my presentation again?
But we'd like you to do it in about 15 minutes. Okay, any comments from the board? Ivan?
Thank you.
Comments? No comments from the board. Being none, this business has been completed for this session, and this meeting is adjourned.